2, 1. Slide.
Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the April 11, 2024 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioner Stebbins, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be done by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We'll begin with opening comments from commissioners and approval of 9 sets of minutes. Then the acting executive director will present the acting executive director and commission staff report before we proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 3 change of ownership application recommendations, 49 license renewal recommendations, 5 provisional license recommendations, and 9 final license recommendations. There are 4 items in the commission discussion and vote section today: an executive director search update, guidance on municipal equity, model municipal equity ordinance, and the Boston office discussion. The last item on the agenda is an executive session. As a reminder, the commission will not reconvene an open session and will adjourn the meeting from the closed session. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of today's meeting to please raise their hand to be recognized. With those initial comments, I will now turn things over to my fellow commissioners for any opening comments and/or updates. And we'll go in alphabetical order, beginning with Commissioner Roy. I will give my comments last. Commissioner Roy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'll be really brief. Last night had a wonderful opportunity to join the equity and outreach team, as well as other members of our team at the commission at the DCU Center here in Worcester for the 5th of 6 application orientations. It was so great. I got to talk to a lot of folks, meet a lot of great folks who are excited to begin their journey into the cannabis industry. A lot of folks had questions around municipal guidance. So Commissioner Stebbins and I encourage them to watch today's meeting. We have a great municipal equity guidance document. I think folks will really get a lot out of. And also met a few folks that were from the legacy market that served federal time incarcerated and now are in the regulated market. So that was great to hear and see. And I just want to thank our team. They put on a great presentation. And this is, like I said, this was the 5th of 6. And I believe there's one more towards the end of the month at Holyoke Community College. And I'm hoping to attend that one as well. Also, it's April, as you are well aware, and in the month of April, there is a much celebrated cannabis holiday, 420. And I want to just commend our traditional comms team in our digital team for putting together a really great message around 420, and it was sent out to all of our licensees. But I just want to read a little bit. It is availed also to the general public stakeholders. So through the Massachusetts Health Promotion Clearinghouse website, several rat cards, which I'm holding up now, are available to industry and the general public, including a parent's guide to marijuana in Massachusetts, a guide to marijuana laws, and a guide to growing and making products at home. Other focus on the Commission's social equity program, sealing and expungement, and more. All resources are available for immediate digital download in 8 languages, including English, Cape Verdean Creole, Traditional Chinese, Haitian Creole, Portuguese, Vietnamese, and Yoruba. Printed hard copies of rat cards are available in English, also can be ordered and shipped to a licensee location for free. So we sent out a press release, I believe, yesterday, and we really encourage our licensees to take advantage of this. It's free. They can digitally download. They can order rat cards in time for 420. They have experienced consumers, but they also have novice consumers who have a lot of questions. There's one about marijuana products, understanding labels. So there's really some important educational material to be obtained. And lastly, I just want to thank the podcast out of Colorado called Weed Walks. They invited me on this past month. They aired, I believe, yesterday or the day before. We spoke for about an hour. We spoke from everything about pardons to education and prevention and HCAs. So we covered a lot of topics, and I just want to thank Weed Walks for having me on. And lastly, I just want to thank the staff for all their work to help us to prepare us for today and all the work that they do every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Morning, everybody. I also want to, as always, echo my thanks to our licensing team for helping to prepare for today's meeting. I also want to join Commissioner Roy in thanking our social equity team, Celia, Darius, Stephen, Akila, our comms team, Anne Marie, Fiona, and Jai, and I think last night Jessica and Anita were helping out at the event. And we also obviously had the one earlier this week at Boston at the Roxbury Innovation Center. You know, they're generating great turnout, great networking, great questions, and a great deal of enthusiasm. I've seen folks who show up at multiple events, and they do that to network. They do that to learn new information. And in particular, they're asking about the impactful changes including on the HCA process, but everything that was a result of the passage of Chapter 180. So we do have one more to go. I'm doing some regional media interviews next week. We can hopefully continue to get the word out across the 4 Western Mass counties, but certainly encourage everybody who has been thinking about the program to get your application in. The deadline is fast approaching. I also had the chance this week on Eclipse Day to join with delivery operator Ruben Seide on Monday's taping of Bill Coleman's This is Worcester local cable program. It was a great conversation about everything happening in cannabis, but I was really impressed with hearing not only Ruben's story, but his strong endorsement of the SEP program. He was in one of the early cohorts, and he couldn't speak enough about how helpful it was on his journey to getting his business up and off the ground. I also want to thank the Government Affairs Policy team. They've been doing some great work pulling together some research on what other jurisdictions are doing to address the topic of accounts receivable. I'm hoping that Commissioner Roy and I have a chance to go back and work with the team and then maybe bring the topic back at our May meeting to discuss some possible next steps for the commission to take. And finally, just adding my voice to Commissioner Roy's comments about the upcoming 420 day and obviously encouraging consumers, those new consumers also, to enjoy 420 safely and tap into the More About MJ site to get good consumer education resources. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I wrote down a few things. I will be relatively short today, so there's no extended messaging here. First, I ditto to a lot of things. I also had the opportunity to join Commissioner Stebbins and our social equity team here at the Commission in Roxbury for that conversation, forum, panel, just around the importance of our social equity program. And it's always insightful. It's always really helpful, at least in the way that I view our policies and the way that we are going in the direction that we're actually going on as well, to get into spaces where people who are actually working in the industry or hope to work in the industry are present. So it was really informative. I look forward to doing a lot more of those whenever it's possible. And I just wanted to thank the people who participated, both the team, the people who are on the panel, giving their insights and their guidance for people who are wishing to enter the industry. And also just really commending the people who came to join us on a Saturday to learn about the cannabis industry and to learn about the application process. I also want to use this as a reminder that the deadline is approaching. So April 30th is the last day to apply for the social equity program. The accounts receivable issue. I'm so happy to hear you guys are working on that. That actually came up during a panel I was on with the Mass Cannabis Coalition in Somerville, and that seems to be something that is being raised by a number of different licensees. So I think it's timely, and I've heard from many people that they are interested in having that conversation. So I want to thank you both for that. I also just wanted to update everyone just in terms of some conversations that have happened within the last few weeks, and then some upcoming conversations and events that are also happening until our next conversation together during a public meeting. I had the opportunity to meet with the Cannabis Regulators of Color Coalition during the monthly conversation, just to get a few updates in terms of what's happening around the country, the issues that are facing other jurisdictions, sharing the insights that I have as a commissioner here in the Commonwealth, and also getting information about the events they have lined up in recognition of the 420 holiday. So I wanted to give a shout out to the Cannabis Regulators of Color Coalition for all of their work. I should say our work, because I'm also a member myself. But it is something and a community that I've really drawn from to really understand how Massachusetts plays a part, and also a reminder of how other jurisdictions continue to look to us as that leader in terms of regulatory bodies. So I wanted to thank them. Also, myself and Director Matt Giancola, as well as Nadine Sanchera, sat down with a member of Senator Warren's staff recently to talk about the federal legalization conversation and give our insights in terms of how we have functioned here in the Commonwealth, and also about what we're thinking about in the federal legalization conversation. So I have always been a proponent of having open conversations, being a resource, particularly as it relates to members of, legislative bodies, both federal and local. So I wanted to thank Senator Warren and her team, and I look forward to that ongoing conversation. Then, as terms of upcoming things, so I will be participating and speaking at Harvard Business School on the 21st for their first annual Cannabis Business Conference, and it is sort of the way that I will celebrate 420 this year. I'll probably do a few things on 420, but I also look forward to that conversation because, again, I will join regulators from different states. We will talk about some things that we've learned, as well as some things that I can kind of take back. So I just wanted to say that in case there's anyone who may also be going or interested in going, that I will be there and participating. Also, we have our State of Cannabis event coming up. I believe the date is on the 25th. And that's when we will be at the State House. So I wanted to say that on the record for anybody within the State House, any staffers. We will also send some reminders out just to make sure that the building knows that we're in the building. We're there to answer any questions. We're there to give an overview about what we do here at the Commission, but also about the way that we're evolving and growing. So I look forward to that. I think it's a really good opportunity. We've had a really good attendance in the last year, and I'm looking forward to this year as well. And with that, I will wrap my opening comments and bring us to the next item on today's agenda. So the third item today is minutes for approval. We have 9 sets of minutes. They are from the October 10th, 2024, from the October 12th, 2024, October 16th, 2024. In 2024?
It's October 10th.
That's right. Yes. Okay. I caught myself. Hey, I know you can hear, you've joined us. I just want to ensure that if I correct this to 2023, that is what the intention is. Kate, are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so 2023?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then I'll make a few tweaks for right now, so I'm not reading that off wrong. All right. So it's the approval of 9 sets of minutes. They're from October 10th, 2023, October 12th, 2023, October 16th, 2023, October 25th, 2023, November 1st, 2023, November 7th, 2023, November 14th, 2023, November 30th, 2023, and February 27th, 2024 public meetings. Before asking for any motions, I will take a moment just to ask if there are any questions related to these sets of minutes. Okay. All right. Moving on, Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the October 10th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Next, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the October 12th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the October 16th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the October 25th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the November 1st, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Yes. Second.
Now to a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay, 4 more here. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the November 7th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Oh.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the November 14th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the November 30th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Lastly, I'm losing track of commissioners, but I'll do Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a motion to approve the February 27th, 2024 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay. All right, that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is the Acting Executive Director and Commission Staff Report. So I will now turn things over to our Acting Executive Director and Chief People Officer, Deborah Hilton Creek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commission. Good morning, everyone. So my report is going to be pretty brief this morning, and it's going to focus mostly on staff. And first off, I want to say that I really am appreciative of the staff. I thank them so much for the work that they're doing here. They continue to demonstrate an impressive performance. And I also want to share, at the time that I stepped into this role, I had every confidence in the staff being able to pivot with as far as, some of the challenges that we had at the time. And this was back in October. However, I do see, and I do believe it's no longer about pivoting. It's about keeping pace with the demands that each staff in their respective roles, are getting on a regular basis. We're proud to continue to remind everyone that we need to thank our staff for their contributions, as well as to their commitment to our mission and the Commission's relationship with external and internal partnerships. So this is a thank you to the staff, and overall thank you to everyone for the work that continues to come out of the Commission. Thank you also to the Commission for supporting the staff. There is, there's a big difference now than where we were back in October. And I see more collaboration. I see more conversations taking place. And it's really a wonderful thing to see. And I hope that we're able to, keep that momentum going. So thank you to the Commissioner for your support and for your positive interactions and influence with the staff. So my report is going to be around welcoming, first of all, our new team members. And we had not done a welcome since October, I believe, of 2023. And with the holidays and, all the other challenges and big projects we had going on, I just want the staff to know and our new team members that we have not forgotten them. We welcome them warmly with open arms. We're welcoming Wilfredo Cabrera, Stephen D. Pietro, and I hope I don't slaughter anybody's name. Christina Gasson, of course, is a general counsel. Karen Karnowski, Zachary Kriedler, Mark McDevitt, and Mark McDevitt is here. He's our new budget director. I don't believe you've met them in person yet, but and also we'll get to Lisa, Brendan Pauly, Lisa Schlegel. Did I say that right? Yes, Schlegel. Lisa Schlegel, and she's our Chief Financial and Accounting Officer. So welcome to our new finance team. We had been talking a lot about them and they finally arrived and so here they are. We're very happy to have them. Super, super excited. Morgan Stabile and Brendan Sullivan. So welcome to
Danielle.
Danielle
Freeman.
Danielle Freeman.
Yes.
Danielle Freeman. I'm sorry. Danielle Freeman. I said she was the third one on the list. Danielle Freeman, and welcome all of you to the Cannabis team. And we're looking forward to working with all of you and to the contributions that you can make both professionally and hopefully gain personally during your employment experience with us. So welcome. So in terms of 2023, we had roughly 47 new hires and 19 separations, which means that we gained 28 employees in 2023. We are currently at 131 employees. However, our turnover rate is right now sitting for 2023 as of December 31st at 13.8%. That may seem a little high to some people, but it's not high for the industry. And it also isn't high when compared to other industries. When we get, somewhere upwards of 20 or above, then there sometimes will be cause for concern, depending on the reasons people are leaving. One of the encouraging thing about the turnover rate, even though it's at 13.8%, is that most people are leaving for other opportunities. And I'm beginning to realize as a CPO that the commission is really becoming a place where employees love to work. As I had said before, we don't have problems with applications. And I think because the work is so complex and intense here, they're getting remarkable experience in terms of upskilling and professionalizing, what they bring for the commission and also, in general to their careers. So this is a great place for employees to move their careers forward. We have an internal promotional opportunity policy. And so it's encouraging to know that they are leaving because we've given them so much. We've given them a lot of experience and skills and knowledge, and they're moving on to bigger and brighter opportunities. That talent, we need to talk about it some other time because we don't want to lose talent. And so the retention process here will need to definitely improve. Any questions about that? So just a quick recruitment update, some key positions that were posted that were vacant. And I think the public has been kind of following us, in terms of the positions that we're filling or replacements. It's important to know that these positions are replacements. They're not new positions, with the exception of the human resources manager position, which is now in lieu of the human resources director role. So we did, as I said, hire the budget director. We hired our chief financial and accounting officer, two key roles that were absent for a few months within the finance structure. The chief investigation and enforcement officer, that position is in recruit. We are currently screening. And once we get through the screening process, we will go into the interview process. We have received over 50 resumes for that role. And so we are doing some very careful screening. We have at least seven to 10 individuals who are looking very good to us that we're going to be sourcing. And hopefully we'll go into the interview process, complete the screening process and go into the interview process, hopefully within another week or two. So we're looking to the possibility of bringing on the CIE by the end of May. We're also anticipating some internal candidates. So we're looking forward to that. And it's pretty much an exciting time for us because we're getting the key roles filled. We're opening up promotional opportunities for our staff, and we're getting great or fantastic talent as well from outside. The Enforcement Council position is also in recruit. We do have acting Timothy Gooden in that role currently. And we're also going into the screening process for that very soon. And hopefully, you know, again, I know sometimes I may sound a little bit aggressive in terms of when we want to bring people on. And of course, we're going into summer and people are taking vacation. So there may be a little bit of a slowdown, but the Human Resources Department is really pumping out this work. And I have every confidence that as a team, we can, you know, get some of these done very quickly. The Human Resources Manager role is in recruit. Screening is also in progress, and interviews should begin next week for that role as well.
Okay, Debbie, I have a couple questions. For the chief roles, you know, it's a little different for the other roles, but for the chief roles, is there already selection committees in place for those?
No,
Okay,
not yet.
okay,
So the current step is that we're screening the applicants right now. We will be checking in with commissioners as a second step. And then the third step will be to, and while we're doing this, actually, while we're doing those two steps, we're going to select the committee members. And once the committee members are selected, then we will start planning in terms of scheduling for interviews.
okay. I think you probably know what I'm thinking,
Yeah.
just as far as a member of the commission being a part of those.
Absolutely.
And then the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Director, I know we've talked about this, but I just wanted to remind myself, I guess, that would be under the Chief People Officer. Where does that person?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
It is under the Chief People Officer. That's correct.
Commissioner Stephens?
Sure. And thank you, Acting Executive Director / Chief People Officer for the update on some of the key recruitment we have going on. I just a general question and more a point to raise and not necessarily putting you on the spot for anything right now, but it's encouraging to hear, as you pointed out, that there's a lot of interest from our team in looking for opportunities, as you said, internal promotions, moving up within the organization. Obviously, when you have that and you have a healthy response from folks inside the organization, obviously when a final selection is made, there might be some people who are disappointed. But I'm wondering in your kind of CPO role, like how do we build off that enthusiasm? How do we work with our team members to find a professional development track, or again, help them advance, even though this time they might not have been the selected candidate, but build up, grab that enthusiasm that they have at that point, put them on a professional development track, talk about other opportunities within the commission. Again, I don't know if you want to talk about that, but obviously that's of interest to me. It's a great reason why people want to stay someplace, because they see opportunities. And obviously, I think in a number of places you've talked about, there is enthusiasm and a lot of internal applications that we get for some of the postings that we've had. So just your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I'm beginning to learn that I need to anticipate what you guys are going to be asking. So I did actually anticipate that this would come up. So part of the process, this would be part of the retention process, right? Because as I said, we have talent, we don't want to lose them. And so what I've done is for this round, because this was kind of almost a pivotal moment for us, that we started on a journey where we opened up a high-level position internally, and we're hoping that more high-level positions will be opened internally because of the talent we have. But what I've offered, and I've started to schedule interviews, is to have a career planning conversation with those individuals who were not selected to move forward. Because as a CPO, and this is something that I mentioned already with some of the candidates that I had scheduled time with, is that I want to know about what their thoughts are in terms of their careers moving forward within the commission. You know, where would they like their careers to go? And we have to have that conversation. It's just not, it's non-negotiable. Because we are wanting to hold on to talent, because we want people to grow and develop, and we want them to feel that they're a part of the excitement here, and they're contributing, and they're getting rewarded for that contributions.
Thank you.
I don't think there are any other questions on this slide at least.
Okay. All right. And I think, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. All right. So I think that was it for my update. Thank you so much for the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Debbie. And I am, for this, is this Kyle Potvin joining us for this one? Who is?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Director Potvin, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Acting Executive Director.
I love the Argyle today, Kyle.
Oh, thank you.
Just trying to change things up.
Well, please walk us through what's going on.
Thank you, Commission. This is just a brief kind of data snapshot of where we are as far as Chapter 180 implementation is going. Generally speaking, we've definitely picked up the pace since we originally started in December and January. The sea legs are underneath us, and we are definitely moving expeditiously, but also very carefully and very thoughtfully. On this first slide right here, this is talking about deliverables. Again, deliverables in this context is the end work product from, for example, the model HCA. Where did it start to where it ended, and it's finally executed, it's available to the public, it's closed out as a final deliverable. As a note, if you are watching from the public or the commission, you're seeing that the totals on the slides that I'm going to be talking about continue to increase. The reason for that is because as we continue to move forward, new things come up. And new deliverables are identified, or new checklist items or new steps are created, or identified that need to be done in the process that we're doing. So we will see that the total number of deliverables has increased. But what I really want to focus your attention on right now is the number of completed deliverables since our last meeting. So 36 completed deliverables since the last meeting. That's the increase. So in 1 month, 36 of the identified deliverables, which could include process documents, guidance documents, compliance checklists, notices, administrative notices, trainings. These things have all happened. 36 of these things have been completed within the last month. If we could move to the next slide. This breaks it down into checklist items. Again, for context here, the deliverable is the end product, is that one product, that model HCA. But in the model HCA, there's checklist items along that path. For example, somebody had to create the document. Somebody then had to maybe do a legal review. Our comms team then had to format it. Somebody had to review the final product. As we all know, for the model HCA, we then sent it out for public comment, and that then increased the number of checklist items in that step as well. So the checklist items here is a much larger number. These are individual work items that have been done by a member of our team. Again, this number increases over time as new deliverables are identified. New checklist items to accomplish those deliverables are also identified. So for one deliverable, you could have hypothetically 7 steps, or 7 teams will play a part. So that's 7 checklist items that get added. In the last month, the commission staff have completed 270 checklist items. That is incredible. That means 270 team members on the commission staff accomplished something on some deliverable along the way. And we are working on right now 65 that are in progress checklist items. For context here, there's about 40 members that are a part of the charter for implementation. But as I said before, it's all hands on deck. Sometimes one team member might have 2 checklist items on their plate at one time. Sometimes a member that is not part of the original charter might have taken on or been delegated a checklist item. So there are 65 as of the time that this data was analyzed. There are 65 deliverables that are in motion on somebody's plate, on somebody's desk, in addition to their daily work. But the big number here is the 270 in 1 month were accomplished, checked off, crossed off their list, and was moved on to the next team. And that is astonishing. I think last month it was about 140. So that was the increase from the month before. So this is just showing that not only are we still progressing, but the efficiency in our process, the efficiency of our team, the dedication of our team continues to also increase. So again, my thanks to so many members, all the members of the commission staff, and thank them for their continued efforts as we continue to move forward in implementation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kyle. Are there any questions at this point? Nope. Oh, Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. Thank you, Director Potvin, and really, truly impressive to see. I mean, from last month even to this month, how much has been checked off for deliverables and the checklist as well. And just as a check-in point, I know I asked last month and I'm going to ask this month, how's it going now that we are reviewing for compliance? Are you finding most are not, are the HCAs are not compliant, or how would you gauge it so far? You're speaking about host community agreements specifically, correct? Yeah. Yes.
The review of them is underway. There is some fine tuning that is happening in our processes, because and this happens with every time we implement a new process, a new program, is we crawl before we walk before we run. So for example, we developed members of investigations and enforcement, the licensing team, enforcement council, investigations. We came together and we created a checklist, a compliance checklist for our host community agreements. We then, once we created it, we have to test it. Is this working? Does this work? Does this accomplish the goal for compliance? Are we also sending and messaging in writing as part of our administrative record the right message to our applicants, to our licensees, and now to our host communities, the things that may not be compliant, so that they can then take that information from the paper that they're getting and solve or rectify the problem or come into compliance. So what we're doing right now is we're in the crawl/walk phase of this right now. With that being said, generally speaking, there are still, I would say, a high number of HCAs that would be found not compliant. And the primary reason that I'm seeing right now has to deal with fees. That I don't think comes as an overarching surprise to anybody. Based on community impact fees, based on the regulations, based on the law and the new policies that were adopted by the commission in October, there's very strict and adherence to what is acceptable for fees in an HCA. A lot of these, the majority of these HCAs were executed prior to October. So over the last 5 or 6 years. So in some of these HCAs, you're seeing fee schedules like year 1, pay me this, year 2, pay me this. That's not reasonably related. That's a stated fee. That's not compliant. Some of them are saying, again, probably no surprise, every year you need to pay the municipality 3% of your gross sales. So it's tied to the percentage versus that nexus, that reasonably related standard. Some of them do state upfront payments. Some of them do state charitable donations. Those are all things that are now prohibited under the commission's regulations. So those are things that the parties are going to be notified about, and hopefully that they will be able to either amend their HCA as they see fit or in order to come into compliance. But they're also being put on notice of other available options. Hey, use an HCA waiver. Hey, we have the model HCA. You can use this as your interim agreement. There are options right now that you can utilize and take advantage of to come into immediate compliance, and then maybe go back to the negotiation table to maybe modify a future HCA. But primarily, to answer your question, Commissioner Roy, it's fees. That's a problem that we're seeing right now.
Thank you.
I have a question, but it's okay if you don't have this information on hand. I was wondering, based off your last response about fees being that that main commonality in terms of the issues with compliance, do you have an idea of like the percentage of, of the HCAs that are reviewed, how many are falling into that bucket?
So I would be very cautious to put a percentage to it, but I would say right now, just from my overall impression, it's probably it's a higher number. But what I can tell you, and what I can promise you, that at some point in the future, with the permission of the ACIE and the ED, part of this process of the crawl before we walk is that we are collecting this data initially for every HCA, so that at some point in the future, most likely by the end of the summer, exact numbers can be brought to the commission, so you can get that snapshot of, here's a percentage of HCAs that have been reviewed, here's a percentage of the issues that were captured in these, so that there can be a little bit of a data snapshot for your information and insight into how this is going. I don't have that data now, we're just starting, but that is already part of the plan, is to be able to bring you those numbers, hard numbers, actual numbers, sometime in mid to late summer.
Okay. Thank you, Kyle. Director Poppin, is this the last slide?
This is the last slide on Chapter 180 data snapshot. I believe the next slide, and if Betsy could go to the next slide, I believe this is where we get into just some general licensing data, the regular licensing data that we talk about. Again, today, kind of a very high level for licensing data. There are 10 applications awaiting a first review. This number is higher than it has been, and I can tell you why that is because all 10 of these applications were submitted after March 1st and now is subject to that HCA review. So again, the crawl before we walk, walk before we run type of thing, that we want to make sure that when we respond to these first reviews and these HCAs that are in these first reviews, that we're on solid administrative footing, and also that we're communicating effectively and efficiently, so that all the pertinent parties can take corrective action and come into compliance. So that is why that number right now is a little higher than usual. But again, that is as of March 1st or after March 1st, so just within the last month. There are 16 applications awaiting a supplemental review. There are 5 applications before you today for provisional license consideration, 9 licensees for final license consideration, and approximately 89,000 certified active patients that are in our medical marijuana system and actively purchasing marijuana for medicinal purposes. We can go to the next slide. The highlight here is this is a top-down progression in our licensing process. So the total here of 1,553, it represents all the applications that have been approved at some stage or another. So whether they were pre-certified or they were approved for a delivery endorsement, whether they were provisionally approved by the commission but have not yet paid their licensing fee, their provisional license stage, which is they were approved by the commission and paid their license fee. Final license, that you can see there's 59. Those are licensees that are on the cusp of being ready to open their doors, have had at least one inspection by our talented investigations and compliance officer team, and you have approved them for a final license. And to date, 642 licensees have received a commence operations notice, which is an increase over last year of 22.7%.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. Director Potvin, I'm wondering after May 1st, eventually, should we have a slide about that shows pre-verification SEB for SEB, since that's kind of a newer dynamic?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please, Director Potvin.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. After May 1st, yes, I will like to inform the commission that we're actively working on the development of the pre-verified and verified social equity business application. However, for context, we also have the social equity program that goes until April 30th. So our incredible equity program and community outreach team, they have their hands full at this point. And they're doing really good work, as Commissioner Stebbins said, about going out into the community, having these seminars, but also actively approving people into our actual social equity program right now until April 30th. And I think there would be consensus here that that is their focus right now, and rightfully so. But they are needed for the buy-in into the development of those social equity business applications. And we are actively engaging, we are actively meeting, and we're making progress on it. More information on when that application will go live will be forthcoming. It will be after May 1st, but once it does go live and we start approving and considering those applications, at some time in the future, there will be data that we can represent to the commission. When that exactly will be, I could not tell you right now. Next slide, please. And this slide, again, is that piece of chart instead of the previous one where we went from vertically top down. The progression here is from left to right for all these individual license types. We want people to move from the pending application column all the way to the commence operations column. That's where people generally, that's the licensing process. So right now, to focus in on some highlights from this, and I apologize for not highlighting some of these cells for visual appearance because it's just a bunch of numbers on a screen right now. So it might be difficult to follow along. But one highlight is the marijuana retailers. And if you go all the way over to almost the end of the right, commence operations, 350 licensees for marijuana retailers have received commence operations notices. If you go up a little bit to marijuana cultivator, that number is 130. So people are still moving through our licensing process for all license types, for the majority of our license types. But again, the big three continue to be marijuana retailer, marijuana cultivator, and marijuana product manufacturer. And that represents our general supply chain with those three license types, with the fourth one being independent testing labs and the critical nature of them playing the part in our industry and in the market. And right now we have 16 that have commenced operations. Happy to answer any questions on this. I believe this is the last slide.
Thank you, Kyle. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Potvin. Just a question. When we've had a few entities wind down operations or no longer cease to exist, are they deducted from that commence operations?
On this slide, they are not. This slide represents total approvals, not current status.
Okay. So how do we, so it says 350 retailers, but maybe there's not 350 retailers open because some have winded down. So I don't know if there's an additional slide we could have that would give us the accurate, like this is accurate because those are the ones that have received commence operations. So I don't want to mislabel that, and apologies. But the one that would show currently minus the ones that no longer operate.
Absolutely. And I think to bring that to the commission's attention and also the public, what we can do is in next month's meeting, presentation on this licensing data is to highlight that slide for you so that you can see, I believe, either the number that are currently operational or the number that maybe have wind down so that it focuses in on just the wind down version of it, which is still happens to be relatively low from the last time to my knowledge, the overall percentage that have wind down.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, Director Potvin, there are no additional questions. Thank you so much for all of this information. I know we'll hear from you later on today for the conversation around municipal equity. So thank you, and we'll hear from you soon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Before moving on to the next item on our agenda, I just want to ensure Acting Executive Director, did you have any additional comments or anything that you wish to make at this point?
No,
All right,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Kyle.
All right, so that brings us to the staff recommendations on licensure component. And I believe we have Annie who is joining us today, and I see you there. Good morning. Welcome, welcome.
Good morning.
The first item are the staff recommendations on changes of ownership.
Yes,
Annie.
so thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Today we have 3 proposed changes of ownership for Commission's consideration. The first being Ganesh Wellness Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 1 individual and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Annie. Okay, so the first, Commissioner Stebbins. Well, before we go into the motion language, let me ask if there are any additional questions, comments, or conditions for Ganesh Wellness Incorporated. Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership of Ganesh Wellness Incorporated?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Next, we have New England Treatment Access LLC. Are there any questions or conditions for my fellow commissioners? Okay, well, Commissioner Roy.
I don't know if this is for Annie, and I'm not sure who this question would be for, but reviewing some of these changes of ownership, I know we query and look for anything in the public domain, as well as all the information we do. They're very complicated. There's parent companies, there's grandparent companies, there's holding companies, there's trusts, and they get very complex. And I'm just curious, when you see litigation or pending litigation with some of these entities or individuals outside of the jurisdiction of Massachusetts, how does that weigh into the decision making, if not at all? And I don't know who would be the appropriate person to answer that around. A number of these will have pending litigation in a court of competent jurisdiction outside of Massachusetts. And how does that factor in?
So I would defer to Director Potvin on that. What I can say from a licensing review is we are made aware. We do research those. And from a fit standpoint, and our very talented team over at the financial investigations team, they'd inquire as well, but I'll defer to Director Potvin for additional information on that.
Thank you, Annie. Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Commissioner Wright, for a great question. So just to kind of reiterate some general policies around disclosures and maybe a little bit about our background check process and also our additional due diligence around financial investigations. I'll tap into the first two primarily, which is for disclosures, is that any person or entity that is applying to be a licensee or to be added to a license, as in the cases of changes of ownership, they are required to disclose certain things. They're required to disclose criminal events, civil cases, administrative sanctions, license suspension sanctions, so on and so forth, not only here in Massachusetts, but in any other jurisdiction. They have to proactively disclose those things in their application for licensure, or in this case, a change of ownership. We do require those disclosures. That's step one. Step two is obviously any person or entity that is applying for licensure or is being added per change of ownership, they're subject to a background check that is being facilitated with their permission. They execute authorization forms. All the information that we received, including those disclosures, those authorization forms, those are all sent over to our third-party vendor, Creative Services, Inc., who has been performing our background checks on our licensees since the beginning of the adult use program, and they were also doing it for the medical program. And then they do their due diligence in a couple of different areas, again, criminal events, civil cases, driving records in cases of individuals, so on and so forth. There's a number of categories. And then those background check reports are sent to us. And before we recommend anything to the commission, those background check reports are reviewed. They're checked for compliance with the suitability standards that are put forth in 935 CMR 500-801 Table A, or in the medical comparison for medical licensees. Do they have any felonies? Do they have anything that would pose a threat to public health, public safety, public welfare, and the operation of a marijuana establishment? So on and so forth. So that Table A is the guiding post on how we assess those background checks. As it comes for changes of ownership, and I see our acting director of investigations, Catherine Binkowski, on screen, and I will let her talk more about this, but just as kind of a precursor, for those changes of ownership that involve more complex situations, like you were kind of outlining, Commissioner, where there's some restructuring of an organization or a complete maybe transfer of a license to new entities and new individuals, or some type of complex financial matter that's involved with investing and so on and so forth. That is built into our due diligence process, and that is a handoff between our licensing team and what we normally do with changes of ownership, and then it's handed off to the very talented investigators on the FIT team under Catherine for them to do their additional financial investigation review, which is part of the reports that you see. So with that, I will let Catherine jump in on this and provide a little bit more insight into that piece of the puzzle.
Thank you, Director Potvin, and welcome Acting Director Benkowski. Thank you for joining us. So from what our understanding is, you handle the enforcement or the investigations of these entities. Do you mind just providing some additional context?
Of course. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as Director Potvin eloquently explained the process, for those changes of ownership where entities would be involved, that would always involve an additional financial due diligence check from the financial investigations team, which is also a unit within the investigations and enforcement team under investigations. That would include looking at all disclosures, anything in their application. As part of that process, we also do a diligent media search, seeing if they're mentioned in any other trade organizations, really anything that comes up in the media, and that would also go into the interview that we do. It could inform additional questions. Sometimes that can trigger an additional RFI, additional interviews to make sure that that's covered in the report, so that when the commission is considering it, they have all pertinent information that was discovered. In terms of pending litigation, as Kyle mentioned, would want to make sure that it was disclosed. If anything has required to be updated since the application was submitted to the commission, that would be discussed during the interview as well. We do also oftentimes check with our concurrent jurisdictions in other states to see if it's a multi-state operator, for example, they have any outstanding compliance issues in that state as well, to make sure that the report is well-rounded. And, we are assessing it based on what's in the application, what is represented to us, and what we find. If, for example, a change of ownership is approved and additional information comes out that may trigger additional due diligence or an investigation, that is always a possibility as well.
Commissioner Roy, did you have any additional questions?
Thank you. It's very helpful. I mean, they're very complex. They are. So this is very illuminating, and thank you for the edification.
Commissioner Stebbins, did you have any questions? No. All right. Thank you so much, Director Potvin and Acting Director Benkowski, for that explanation and big breakdown. I think it's really helpful for everyone involved. With that said, and understanding that there are no more additional questions, Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership for New England Treatment Access LLC?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. And the third and last staff recommendation for change of ownership is for Underground Legacy Social Club LLC. Before asking for a motion, are there any questions, comments, conditions for this license? Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the change of ownership of Underground Legacy Social Club LLC?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
All right, we'll do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Annie, I will give it back to you.
Thank you very much. So next on the agenda, I believe, is the staff recommendations on renewals. There are 49 license renewals being recommended to the commission for consideration today. Commission staff recommend review and decision on the renewal applications before you. And if approved, request the approval be subject to the licensee remaining in compliance with the commission's regulations and applicable laws.
Thank you, Annie. And before we take a motion, Commissioner Stebbins, I believe you have some comments that you wanted to say today before we go into this. So by all means, please let us know what your thoughts and comments are.
Thank you, Chair. As I said at the outset, always appreciate the collaboration with our licensing team. They're a good group, and we sit down every month to go through the renewals, obviously with a particular focus on those who have commenced operations. There was one renewal license application that I saw this month that kind of struck me for a couple of reasons, and I wanted to point out an issue because I think oftentimes we see licensees face this challenge. obviously every licensee has to have a positive impact plan, how they're going to positively impact areas of disproportionate impact that the commission has identified. And sometimes there's a challenge between the licensee's location and an area of disproportionate impact that they want to help, but because of distance, that presents some challenges. So when a licensee creates a goal on hiring within their positive impact plan, that does prevent challenges for success if the nearest DIA is 45 to 50 minutes away, and transportation resources may be a challenge. So we know that licensees seek to offer donations, other events, other opportunities to help meet their PIP requirements. Of course, we're all anxious to see, hopefully, the new social equity fund be open to donation outlet. Again, is another strategy that a licensee could undertake with their positive impact plan. We've already acknowledged that as a permissible goal and instilled that in our regulations. So one licensee this month sought to host an educational session. We know a number of licensees do this. It was within a DIA community that was quite some distance from their location. They reflected in their renewal that there was no turnout for the event. So obviously scheduling and hosting the event helps them meet their intended goals, but is it right to question how impactful that effort is? So they've suggested weather might have been a factor. I was disappointed though when they added an additional suggestion that the reason for a lack of turnout was a growing lack of interest in working in the cannabis industry. And I just found that argument is a little bit of a stretch. I think it's important for us to talk about periodically that this commission has always expressed our support for licensees who adapt and revise their positive impact plans if they find their goals are not being impactful. We realize that goals are created before an operator even opens their door. And to me, that kind of self-awareness or that assessment that something needs to change is, I think, always been welcomed by this commission. So again, the statement of one licensee, I guess, prompted me to raise the topic and certainly invite my colleagues to weigh in. But, you know, updating and improving your positive impact plan is helpful for the industry. It's helpful for our DI communities across the Commonwealth. And it's something that at renewal, we invite every licensee to consider whether the progress that they're making or the goals that they've had within their positive impact plan, maybe they should change them, maybe they should be updated. But I would hate to see somebody continuing to try to host events and no turnout. I would hope that would be a moment of reflection for that licensee to say, maybe I need to change things up. Maybe I need to look at a different way to be impactful. And again, one outlet, you know, we're encouraging licensees to consider would be a donation to the Social Equity Trust Fund. We've already acknowledged that that will be a way of complying with the obligations under your positive impact plan. But for some reason, this licensee's comments and thoughts kind of just struck a chord and just prompted me to kind of want to offer those thoughts and again, you know, see what my fellow commissioners might think about that.
Commissioner Stebbins, thank you. Thank you for making that comment, bringing this to everyone's awareness, because it's an overarching question and concern about if the intended impact is in fact making the impact, you know, and if it's actually being effective and actually doing what we have intended by requiring in the positive impact plans. I believe, and I will say this, I think I said this at our earlier meeting last year, at some point we have to look at the way that we require positive impact plans to make sure that they're doing what the intention is. And also communicating with those communities that we've identified as being on our designated list to make sure that they're receiving those benefits in a way that they believe is actually beneficial and helpful as well. So you're hitting on something that's it's a bigger issue that I actually think we should have a full conversation on, because it's timely. You know, we have a lot of different things that have happened in the last few years. We talk a lot about, you know, equity and the equity components that are required, but now what is actually happening? And there's been enough years for us to do an evaluation of that. I know our research team has done their own due diligence, and there is some research that was provided, but I think that was a few years ago. So I say all that to say I would like us to have a bigger conversation just around the effectiveness, especially because that's not the first time those concerns have been raised, especially because I know you have paid so much attention to the renewals as it relates to the overall renewals, but really when it comes to those positive impact plans and the communities that have been identified. So I think it's time, but that's all front of mind comments. I know we can have like a lengthier conversation, but I'll stop there. Commissioner Roy, did you?
Yeah, and I agree, definitely, and thank you. I know you do a deep dive on a lot of these renewals, and you know, later today, we're gonna review a guidance on municipal equity and industry participation. And in that, the host communities now must develop a positive impact plan. So we're going to be expecting this of the municipalities to develop a plan. And just as we don't want this to be a nothing burger for them, we don't want positive impact plans to be a nothing burger for our licensees. So whether we need to go back and start to audit these, maybe we need to put conditions on the ones that don't fulfill their promise in their positive impact plans, to update it, and then they can't get, you know, till they you know, need to update it and bring it back to us, because really we just don't want this to be an exercise in futility. We want this to positively impact these communities. So I agree, and I think this needs to be you know, a more robust conversation, maybe in another agenda, and what we do to put teeth behind what we're expecting, because now we're expecting it of municipalities as well. So, and they're going to be enforced. So, and to be fair and equitable, the licensees need to withhold their end of the bargain as well.
I agree.
If I can, I appreciate the feedback from both of you. We've seen this. It's like, I'm so far away from, you know, Wareham or Boston, that how can I feel that opportunity to contribute? And many of them get creative, many of them get very strategic, but it does present a challenge. And through some changes with Chapter 180, obviously, I think it's a good time to revisit that conversation. You know, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about, you know, that list of deliverables for Chapter 180. We're making it easier for our licensees to go in at renewal and just plug in information in Mass CIP as part of their renewal application. I credit Director Potvin and his team. I can now go in and say, my goal was hiring X amount of folks from a nearby disproportionately impacted area. I've hit this goal. This was my intended goal. I've hit this mark. So making it easier, more efficient, but at the same time, positioning us to have more data at our fingertips to measure the success, not only of positive impact plans, but diversity plans as well.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Okay, so with that, I will ask Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the renewal of items 1 through 44 and 46 through 49?
So
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
aye.
The chair votes aye. So that leaves us with item number 45, the Middlesex Integrative Medicine Incorporated RMD 1025. No, so we will not This is a similar situation we had before when there were 3 commissioners present and we need 3 in order to approve. Instead of a recusal, what I will ask is for a motion to delegate authority to review and approve the renewal of license number 45 to the Director of Licensing. That way, that licensee doesn't have to wait until the next time we convene during public meeting for the renewal. So,
I just want to be clear. So by me voting for the delegation of authority, in no way am I voting on the license.
that's right.
In no way.
And I
I just
think,
want to have a legal opinion on that.
I queued up our general counsel. So, Madam General Counsel, welcome. Hello, Christina Gasson. Do you mind I know we've talked about this at one of our last meetings, but can you just give us an overview again about how we're doing this in a way that is still compliant and there's no violations without a recusal?
Certainly, Madam Acting Chair. Because we have 3 commissioners present, it's a bare quorum. So if one commissioner were to recuse on a vote on anything, it would not be able to be held in public session. There wouldn't be a quorum in order to make that deliberation. So as I recommended at a previous meeting when we had the same situation, one thing that we would do is there are enough commissioners here in order to delegate that authority to a staff member to make that decision. And the 3 commissioners would be able to vote on that because it's a delegation of authority and it's not a deliberation on the merits of the license or the license renewal. So no commissioner would have to recuse on that delegation of authority because you're delegating that authority to a staff member. So in order to expedite the review and approval of the license, I think that would be appropriate, like we did the last time.
Thank you, Christina. Commissioner Roy, do you have any additional? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so with that said, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to delegate authority to review and approve the renewal of Middlesex Integrative Medicine Incorporated, RMD 1025, to the Director of Licensing?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Thank you so much to our general counsel. Okay, so that moves us into, make sure I don't jump around, to staff recommendations on approval of provisional licenses. Annie, I will hand things over to you to walk us through this portion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we have 5 provisional licenses for recommendation. The first being 686 Cultivation LLC. This is a general applicant seeking a tier 2 indoor cultivation license and a product manufacturing license with a proposed location of 686 Clark Road in Tewksbury. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Annie. And for 686 Cultivation, items 1 and 2, are they co-located or are they located at different locations?
They are co-located.
So are we able to take them up jointly?
You could do, in the past, it has been done with the joint vote.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, I believe you have conditions for both licenses. Can you provide those conditions?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. My proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, consider revision of positive impact plan goal number 1 and clarify hiring to disproportionately impact area designated community of Lowell in accordance with 935 CMR 500-101-1811 and 935 CMR 500-103 4B, and provide an update to the CCC licensing division. Again, great intention. I think they're located close by to Lowell, but I think there were just some discrepancies in their positive impact plan that they might want to go back and look at editing and changing and making sure they have the right communities identified.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And that's a condition for both?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any additional conditions or comments at this time? All right. Seeing none. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for 686 Cultivation LLC, MCN 283899, and 686 Cultivation LLC, MPN 282298?
So moved.
I have to rephrase that because I did not add the subject to the conditions. So now, Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for 686 Cultivation LLC, MCN 283899, and MPN 282298, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Annie?
The next license we have today is for Clovercraft LLC, doing business as the Ounce Club. This is an expedited applicant seeking a retail license with a proposed location of 17 East Street in East Hampton. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Annie. Are there, I believe we have one condition from Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy, do you mind providing your condition?
Sure. For Clovercraft LLC, doing business as the Ounce Club, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 50146G, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any additional conditions or comments for this license? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Clovercraft LLC, MRN 284574, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Annie?
The next applicant we have is Crafted Cannabis LLC. This is an expedited applicant seeking a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license with a proposed location of 356 South Avenue, Units 9 and 10 in Whitman. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Annie. I believe there's one condition from Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy, can you please provide your condition?
Sure, thank you. For Crafted Cannabis LLC, cultivation Tier 2 indoor, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 500-12014.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any additional comments or conditions for this license? Okay. Seeing none, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Crafted Cannabis LLC, MCN 283858, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Annie?
The last provisional application we have before you today is for Safe Life LLC. This is an expedited applicant seeking a marijuana courier license with a proposed location of 90 Conn Street, number 219J in Northampton. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Annie. Commissioner Stebbins, I believe you have a condition for this provisional license application. Can you please provide that condition?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Actually, there are 2 for this delivery operator. The first is prior to final application for licensure, consider revisions to positive impact plan goal number 1 and consider hiring or other strategies to impact disproportionately impacted area designated communities in closer proximity to City of Northampton in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011A11 in 935 CMR 500.1034B and provide an update to the CCC licensing division. The second condition is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC licensing division and consider any updates for goals of hiring and contracting with diverse vendors under licensee's diversity plan goals in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K. Just for a quick explanation, obviously we like to see our delivery operators commence operations. This one is going to be based out of one community, but is focusing their positive impact plan on another community. Some clarity for that reason, since they're signing an HCA with Northampton, but which obviously has some nearby communities of disproportionate impact, but talking about focusing their business operations in another part of the state. So any opportunity that could offer some clarity to us for that would be appreciated. And the second condition is realizing that they're a very small startup operation, just inviting them to consider any updates for their hiring goals under their diversity.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, it's a courier, not a delivery operator.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any additional conditions or comments for this license application? Okay. Seeing none, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Safe Life LLC, DOA 100173, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. The next item on our agenda are staff recommendations on final licenses. Annie, I will give it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are 9 final license recommendations for the Commission's consideration today. Commission staff recommend review and decision on these final licenses, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Annie. And as a reminder, we usually take this up as a singular roster. But before asking for any motions, are there any questions or comments or conditions from my fellow commissioners? Okay. Seeing none, Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the final licenses 1 through 9?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Roy.
We have a 10-minute break, please.
Yes, we can do you mind if I let Annie just say any closing
Oh,
remarks?
yes, that's true.
Okay.
I'm dying.
Annie, do you have any closing remarks that you wish to make? I know this is our final vote on the licensing section.
No, just that, as always, thank you for letting, a member of the Investigations and Enforcement Department and licensing team present before you today. It's always a pleasure. And I appreciate it. Thank you. I will see you next month.
Much. Thank you, Annie. We'll see you soon. And so my question is, usually, I know we actually did this pretty quickly. Usually before we go into discussion, we take our lunch, but this might be a little too early for lunch. So maybe 15 minutes, we'll do a 15-minute recess.
Great.
Okay, so it's 11:36 now. We will break and reconvene and 11:50 about, so at 11:50 we'll reconvene.
Sounds great.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, so that brings us to the commission discussion and vote section of today's meeting. There are 4 items today, as I mentioned earlier today. It's the executive director search update, guidance on municipal equity, the model municipal equity ordinance, and the Boston office discussion. So first, the executive director search update. During our last conversation, we sort of outlined and completed the job description. And I notified everyone that we would be selecting the members of the subcommittee. I wanted to take a step back because Commissioner Roy, towards the end of the meeting, you asked a question, and I don't think I provided like adequate information in terms of how that selection committee was constructed and why myself and Commissioner Stebbins are the leads on the commission for it. And the reason for that is because of Commissioner Stebbins' prior experience coming from gaming. He's gone through similar searches for executive directors. I believe there were 3 rounds that you participated in. It was a 3 or 2.
I think it was 3. Yep.
And in addition, the work that he's done internally here with the executive director and going through that process in terms of the evaluation, I thought that, and I still believe that his experience and knowledge from a previous commission and then the work here would lend itself to the overall search. But I also wanted to reiterate the fact that until we have an executive director, these conversations will happen at every public meeting for the executive director search. So we're able to talk completely and openly as a collective to figure out sort of what's been happening, what the next steps are. So I know Commissioner Camargo isn't here today, but that's also for everyone's involvement so that we remain on the same page and also that the public understands where we are and what's happening, because it's a very vital component of our organization and the agency, and whatever decisions happen will have you know, a long-standing impact just on the future of the CCC. So before proceeding and talking sort of more in terms of next steps, I wanted to stop there and give Commissioner Stebbins an opportunity to provide any comments he wishes to provide at this point.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to be part of the committee. Obviously, it's we've talked about this before. It's an unusual process we have to go through. It's an unusual process for the candidates to have to go through. But obviously, I think all of us are intended to find somebody who is a leader and understands kind of the weird structure and arrangement that we have with 5 commissioners who really can only conduct business in public, and the ED kind of being that direct conduit to the rest of our team. So the process is tough. Reminding somebody, as I've said before, along the way that, you know, your ultimate final interview is in person. That presents many challenges in terms of, hopefully it won't diminish our ability to recruit good candidates to apply, but at the end of the day, it's certainly a very public process. I've been involved in searches before. We've done this a little bit differently. I think Commissioner Roy has talked about, you know, using an outside firm. I've done one search with an outside firm. I've done one search with just an internal team. And I think as we go through this process, and Chair, to your point, just kind of providing regular updates, like how is the team moving along? Obviously, we have also the complexity of making sure we comply with the open meeting law and use of executive sessions. So glad to have the GC as part of this conversation and playing a role as well. So happy to help out. I know there's a lot on everybody's plate, especially as we think through some other regulatory changes, but also where we need to be with the final implementation of all the components of Chapter 180 is important. So there's obviously a lot going on, but happy to offer my time and any experience I can bring from the previous searches I've been involved in to the table, but looking forward to it.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Our acting executive director and chief people officer, actually, I see your hand, so Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. Thank you for that, because I was a little confused last meeting. So I really, truly appreciate that. And I appreciate Commissioner Stebbins' expertise having gone through that in the Gaming Commission. And I just want to piggyback on an earlier comment that you said around having, when acting ED went through the positions on the horizon and having commissioners on some of those search committees. So I truly appreciate that. And I think it's important, especially at the chief or director level. And in statute, I mean, one could argue we don't approve just positions, but people. And I know we can't really always do that because of open meeting law, but to have commissioners on the interview panels, I think is critically important. So I truly appreciate that. And moving forward, I would avail myself my regulatory writing for now. Being on the HCA with you on the is done, and our staff is doing the deliverables, and we're so grateful to them. So I have bandwidth. We're all super busy, and I'm not saying I'm not super busy, but I just want to volunteer myself for any of these other ones that you would need someone.
I'm happy to hear you say that, because
it's going to happen.
Clearly from the executive director's report earlier today, there are committees where it's important that we have a commissioner involved, and maybe that's for those chiefs and other positions. It makes sense. I know that you have been involved in a few of the different. That is important, and it's lengthy.
Yeah, so I appreciate you mentioning that.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask Debbie if you wanted to provide any additional comments or insights at this point on the executive director side.
Not right now. I think maybe a little bit later on to your conversation.
Okay.
I may be able to interject some detail if you would like.
That is fine. That's fine. So the last time we convened, we finalized the job description. We also, between last meeting and today's meeting, our chief people officer, myself and Commissioner Stebbins met to identify and notify the selection committee members. And I'm happy to say that they have been notified. We have sort of combed that out, and I'm happy that our general counsel is a member of the selection committee, and we will be seeking a lot of that legal guidance and expertise in terms of the construction of the committee itself, and making sure that it is constructed in a way that is compliant, and identifying those voting and non-voting members. I also wanted to talk about what is next and how we make that job description live and active, and identifying a time frame for that. Obviously, I am of the position that I would have loved it to be out yesterday, but I know it takes time, and there are a number of different components and people who are involved. But I wanted to ask you, Debbie, just to walk us through where that job posting is and what is needed before it can go live. What do we need to do?
Okay. So basically, the job posting for the ED is going to be a packet, and some of the documents that we're going to be including would be a placement document, which would pretty much provide a broad overview of the agency, who we are, where we're located. Especially since, we're looking at attracting candidates outside of the state. And in addition, the job description is also one of those documents that will be utilized for the posting. The job description, as you mentioned, was finalized at the last public meeting, so that is ready to go. On April, where are we? Oh, day after. Yesterday, I actually met with the comm and digital teams to talk about basically professionalizing our documents and branding our documents, because this is really a big deal, and it needs to look extremely official and professional. And we want this document to represent who we are. And so the team is working on pulling that together. Hopefully, we should have all the documents in place by the 19th, or I'm sorry, by the 18th. And I know that next week is spring break, and we have, we have employees who are taking time off because of family plans. So there's a possibility the launch for this position may move to the week of, and let me see here. We were looking at the 19th, which is next Friday, but it may move to the week of the 21st. So getting all those documents done, getting it in front of the commissioner so that you are familiar with the content and, you're approving the aesthetics of it. And after that, then we'll move right into launching the position. We're also going to, would you like me to talk a little bit about the recommendations for where we should post these positions?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we are looking at, we definitely will be posting with Mass Careers. And there are quite a few benefits for posting with Mass Careers, in that whenever we post our jobs to Mass Careers, all the job boards pick us up. And so all the major job boards, across the country, like Indeed and ZipRecruiter and Monster, believe it or not, is still out there, and Career Builder, which were a couple, the latter two were a couple of the pioneers. So we don't really need to, take a look at posting outside of that, other than the recommendation would be to look at a couple DEI board or minority job boards to also get those on there. We looked at diversity.com. There's another one, the Hispanic Latin Professional Association might be another one where we could post the role. Obviously, we're going to also post in the State House News. So those are some of the ideas and the recommendations around posting.
And Debbie, where did those originate from, those recommendations?
Oh, these are just recommendations that I had sourced for the commission.
And in terms of a national audience, is it of your opinion that this is sufficient to reach outside of the Commonwealth?
It would be, because these job boards are all national job boards. However, there is a possibility that we could target some other areas. So for example, if we were looking at some of the other states that have a cannabis industry that's robust, like California, or, I know Hawaii is just starting up, but Colorado, that we could target, some of those states specifically. And I know all the job boards are national. All the .coms are national. So, but if you wanted to drill down into state and target some states, we can do that.
And the last time we met, I mentioned coordinating with the comms team in terms of that outreach. Were they incorporated in figuring out sort of who should be identified and where to be posted?
Yes, so we will have that discussion. We started the discussion with the comms team. So once those documents are finalized, we will meet again and we will talk about, some of the more direct ways to launch the search. The comms team did introduce that, so I know that's going to be a part of the conversation.
But I mean, in terms of where to post. Okay, all right. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Acting Executive Director. Also, if I could make a request for veterans job board as well, like recruitmilitary.com or one of those that are out there. And also, I don't even know if this exists, but industry job boards. So if there's cannabis industry job boards, and maybe CANRA would be a good resource.
CANRA definitely is
that they could help push it out as well.
Yep, definitely CANRA. Because CANRA is an excellent resource for the commission, and CANRA actually probably has every cannabis industry in every state in that association. So definitely CANRA is on the list.
Thank you, Debbie. Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. great suggestion, just thinking through those industry groups. Canara, as Commissioner Roy pointed out, being one. The group you're involved with, Chair, the Alliance of, yep. Thinking through other groups that are out there, but also the other publications, and happy to hear that you're working with the comms team to, again, kind of almost put out an announcement when the search gets started, and we'll see where it gets picked up. Hopefully it gets picked up by a lot of the industry publications as well. But like the suggestion of Canara and any of the other groups out there that our government affairs team works with, or the comms team is aware of. Also helping engage our CAB members, to also help us spread the word through their series of contacts and networks.
That makes sense. Debbie, I have a few follow-up questions to that timeline. So you were projecting originally between today and the 19th, and you're saying it might go into the 21st. What are the components? What's happening? What are the moving pieces?
Only because of spring break. We have spring break, and so we have a little bit of a pause, in terms of availability and schedules. So that's the only thing. And the comms team, they are, they're pretty bogged down. Their workload is very heavy. And so trying to give them enough time, to create this launch or document for us, I think is really important, because they are committed and they do such exceptional work that when the product is complete, I think we'll be ready, after your review, to do the launch.
So the idea is for the comms team and yourself to finalize the documents, have them reviewed by the members of the commission, and then post it by the 21st.
Yes. That's the goal. And I know that this is, somewhat rushed, but we didn't really, have any alternative in terms of the timeline and, trying to get all of the information that we needed together to set that baseline for what the commission needed.
I think it might make sense for us to send you the suggested list. So I know we just kind of said a few places. Should we send it to you, or you and anyone else? Like, who should receive the information for suggested?
Yeah, you can send it to me, because I will have to take this to the team that's working on creating the packet for us.
And Debbie, who is the team?
The team right now is me, Mary Alice, and Anne Marie. And of course, their team members, whoever they delegate to participate in the process.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm assuming we're gonna push it out on our social media channels as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Tom's team is all over that. They're like, we need to think about the platforms where, this will be posted.
Okay. Are there any additional questions or comments about the job description, the job posting? Okay.
So can I make a quick comment, Madam Chair?
Yes, please, Debbie.
So part of the process of effectuating this plan is that we hope to create a dedicated landing page on our own website that will have all the information about the position and any other demographic information about the commission will also be posted there. We're also looking at including, some photos of the building and our staff and, just to make it pretty well-rounded so that candidates are going to be well-informed when they decide that they're going to apply for this role. So the dedicated landing page on our website is going to be very beneficial to us.
Commissioner Roy?
And who are all the members of the committee?
So would you like me to read the members of the committee, and are you ready to?
Well, before you read the members, I'll just to provide some additional context. We have been really intentional about creating a selection committee that encompasses a lot of various departments within the agency, but also being mindful of incorporating people at different levels here. So we have, the chief level represented, the director, manager, non-manager, so on and so forth. I want to thank everyone in advance because this is a time commitment and there is a lot that it's really important. This is important work. And I know that they will be an asset, but I will pause there. And Debbie, if you want to identify those members, please do.
Sure. So this is representative of the entire agency, and commission vote of approval, I guess, will take place subsequent to the reading of the commission staff who were selected to serve on the subcommittee. I also call it a search committee, so if I say search committee, I'm using those two words interchangeably. Freya Brocklehurst, she's a senior information technology specialist representing the IT department. Anne Marie Burt, digital and creative services director. Andrew, oh, I'm sorry, wrong list, hold on. Okay, sorry about that. So Freya, Anne Marie, Mary Alice Curley, Communications Director, Armand Enos, Investigations Manager, Christina Gasson, of course, our General Counsel, myself, Kathy Oliver Jones, Constituent Services Director, Roque Rosa, Executive Assistant, Wendy Sanchez, Human Resources Generalist, Dara Sands, Community Outreach and Engagement Manager, and Lisa Schlegel, Chief Financial and Accounting Officer. And these are commission staff. And in addition, of course, as you mentioned before, Madam Chair, yourself and Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Debbie. And Christina, General Counsel, I posed a question to you, but I'll say it out loud. In terms of voting in the subcommittee, can we vote in the subcommittee without identifying who is voting versus non-voting, or do we need to make that designation first?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. So just wanted to kind of clarify, of course, I know that there's been discussions of if it's a subcommittee. I think previously it was called the Executive Director Search Subcommittee. It's technically a preliminary screening committee, and the reason why we have a preliminary screening committee is to allow for that committee to meet in executive session for the purposes of deliberating, reviewing resumes of candidates and interviewing candidates. So, and deciding which candidates are forwarded to the finalist candidates are forwarded to the full commission. So I just wanted to make that clear what the subcommittee is and the reason why we have that subcommittee, because if we didn't have that subcommittee, you would have to have all the interviews done. If the commission was going to make the final decision, all the interviews would have to be in public session before the full committee. So I just wanted to make that clear, obviously, for the public and for the commission as well. Normally, what happens is that the commission will vote a number of participants to the committee. Previously, when we had our first executive director search, they had no employees, so the subcommittee was just 2 commissioners. The subcommittee can only contain less than a quorum of the commission, so it's 2 commissioners are the maximum that can be on that committee. And normally, when that happens is if you're when you're forming the committee or you're appointing members to the committee, you usually indicate which ones are either voting members or advisory members.
You do.
You can do that. I mean, you can vote and have them appointed to the committee. But if you wanted to make that designation at a later date, you'd have to meet in a public meeting to make that designation.
Thank you, Christina. Commissioner Stebbins and Debbie, do you have any thoughts in terms of voting on this now and then returning for the designation of voting versus non-voting. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think I'm comfortable with voting to appoint who will be on the screening committee. I think for the reasons that our GC laid out. I think there's some additional work we need to do, I think with the GC's help and our acting executive director's help in terms of some of the guidelines, some things that the screening committee needs to keep in mind as we go through this process, kind of what some of the rules are, how we want to proceed. So I would suggest that we kind of take this in two steps. We can appoint the members of the screening committee and then come back at our next meeting, kind of review the guidelines for how the committee will operate, and maybe at that point make the designation as who will be a voting member and who is kind of an advisory member.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Debbie, do you have any additional thoughts?
Yes, I do agree with Commissioner Stebbins, because otherwise this would delay the process if we were to go to the next public meeting.
Okay. With that said, I will ask Commissioner Stebbins for a motion to appoint the members to the preliminary screening committee to perform preliminary screening of candidates for the position of executive director. This will include myself, the acting chair, Commissioner Stebbins, our chief people officer and acting executive director, Deborah Hilton Creek, Freya Bonkhurst, Freya, forgive me, Anne Marie Burt, Mary Alice Curley, Armand Enos, Christina Gasson, Kathy Oliver Jones, Roque Rosa is Roque's last name, yeah. Wendy Sanchez, Lisa Schlegel, Darius Sands. Commissioner Stebbins, is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second, I have a question.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. The motion has been made and seconded. What is your question?
Just so we're voting the full screening committee, and then at a subsequent meeting, we take another vote about who has voting authority and who doesn't. Is that right? Okay, I just want to make sure I understand
We'll
this.
outline the
Okay.
structure of
Okay.
that selection committee
Okay.
in public for all commissioners to talk about.
Alright.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Congratulations, everyone who's a member of the subcommittee. And we will be meeting shortly. So thank you. Okay, before moving to the next item on the agenda, I don't want to go too quickly because this is such a major item on our to-do list as commissioners. Are there any other thoughts, comments, or concerns about the executive director search? Okay. All right, thank you all. I will now invite our Director of Licensing, Kyle Potvin, to rejoin us to walk us through really the next 2 items. The first being the guidance on municipal equity, and the next being the model municipal equity ordinance. So Director Potvin, hello again. Please just walk us through what we're talking about.
Absolutely, and thank you for re-inviting me. Happy good afternoon. So the 2 items that I would like for commission consideration today is the draft guidance on municipal equity and industry participation first, and then the second one is the model municipal equity ordinance or bylaw. I'll take you through each one individually. There is a little bit of overlap, so please bear with me. So the first item on the agenda here is the draft guidance on municipal equity and industry participation. This is essentially a new guidance document. It does incorporate elements of the commission's current version of what is called the guidance for municipalities. Things like information about the municipalities' involvement in our licensing process, some basic information about things that they should be aware of when they're negotiating with potential businesses about the different license types, what they can do, what activities they can perform, so on and so forth. But it also includes the new municipal equity requirements that were just passed by Chapter 180 and subsequent regulations by the Commission in October. The goal of this guidance is to provide a one-stop shop for municipalities that either will be or are currently host communities, with adopting and complying with new rules to promote industry participation for social equity businesses and individuals harmed by marijuana prohibition. For clarity, Chapter 180 introduced and defined a new term, host communities. We sometimes use that interchangeably with municipalities, cities, and towns, but it was officially defined in Chapter 180. Host communities essentially are those municipalities, those cities or towns that are currently hosting and have marijuana establishments and MTCs within their borders. So that's where the term host communities is coming from. Not all municipalities are host communities. All host communities are municipalities. So just for additional clarity there, that might be a little tongue twister. But I think it's important of why we're naming this document guidance on municipal equity versus guidance on host community equity or industry participation. There is a distinction in those terms. I want to especially give a special thanks to our general counsel team, our enforcement counsel team, and our government affairs team members who worked on this draft. It was, while it is essentially a new draft, they did take the guidance for municipalities and substantially edited it and modified it and included a lot of information and got rid of some outdated information and tried to make it a very condensed but comprehensive, striking that balance between both those things so that municipalities have exactly the information that they need when they want to know about what their requirements are about equity and how to promote equity and how they play a part in this industry. The staff recommendation on this draft guidance at this point is that we would ask the commission to review it and ask for your input on the draft document. Do you have any comments? Do you have any edits? Do you have any suggestions? We are not requesting a vote on this draft at this time. We are still seeking additional input, not only from you, the commissioners, but also other commission staff. And furthermore, this is where the interplay with the next item on the agenda comes in. There's going to be a conversation on the model ordinance and bylaw and a potential in the public, a proposed public comment period that is going to be most likely taking effect today. Some comments from that model ordinance or bylaw that we receive as part of the open public comment period could also be instructive in how we modify this document for a final vote in May. So those comments could also play a doubling effect. If the commission concurs with this recommendation, staff will bring a final draft of this guidance to the commission for a final vote at its May meeting. And I will stop there and happy to answer any questions and also happy to take in any suggestions or edits that you may have. I do have an open document ready to go to make any live edits that you might have.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Director Potvin, and to all the teams you mentioned. This was a really well thought out document, really helpful for anybody, actually. Just one maybe edit. Only because I had a conversation last night at the DCU Center around suitability. So I'm wondering if we should add a suitability section to help municipalities here.
Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the appropriate place. So suitability tends to be, if you look at Section 2 of the document, the role of the Cannabis Control Commission, suitability tends to be a process that the municipality doesn't necessarily get involved in. They can on their own if they so choose. Like there are some cities and towns that require background checks prior to an HCA being executed because they want to know somebody is going to be suitable and eventually licensed by the commission. But ultimately suitability, I think, as we're talking about it, falls within that Section 2 of the role of the Cannabis Control Commission. So if you would like, I can add some information about our suitability process in that section for municipalities to know how that process plays out. Would that accomplish your goal?
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. I think so, Director Potvin, and I know we determine suitability, but I wouldn't want a municipality to rule somebody out inappropriately because there was confusion around suitability. So that's why more for that. And you know, with the ownership and control, we still have suitability standards that someone could not have it. So that's important to know too for a municipality. So I just think it's helpful to have some sort of reference there. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Director Potvin?
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, I hear you loud and clear, and I think I have enough to build that out with what you're trying to pursue. Just as an added benefit or an added kind of information for the commission and also for those that are going to be digesting this document, there is information about suitability in our guidance on licensure that goes into that because it's obviously part of the licensing process, but we can definitely put in some information in this document and also cross-reference the guidance on licensure and also identify the specific tables that apply to applicants for licensure and maybe some of the things that may be things that are mandatory disqualifications, like maybe felony convictions, which is a requirement under the statute. So I can add a note right now and add that some language in there for your review at the next public meeting.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Director Potvin, thank you very much. And another possible edit, and not to make this thing like so massive, but we reference in I think the positive impact plan portion about the communities, the DIAs, if you will, and I think it would be helpful to list all 30 of them in a little table in this.
Director Potvin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I want to make sure I have the right section. That would be, I believe, here we go. It's
Page 14.
Page 13. So, so you would like additional information put in here, like some type of table that identify the actual 30 geographical areas of disproportionate impact.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. I mean, I don't know what my colleagues think, but I mean, we know the 30 DIAs, but not everybody knows the 30 DIAs. So
I agree. I actually keep the map in my home office, just
I
plastic to the
would do it.
wall. Yes. So I know it's helpful to me, so I'm sure it would also be helpful to, municipalities.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, Director Potvin.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, I think I can offer two options here, and I definitely would entertain the thoughts of the commission. I think option one is what you said, which is the table. But as we know, some municipalities like Boston, Worcester, Springfield, they get broken out into census tracts, which I think could probably occupy a little bit more of this space. So that's option one, which we can definitely do. Option two is we can just link it to the actual guidance document that we all use so that they can just click on it and it leads them right to the document that identifies them. So it's a cross-reference without duplicating that information. Either way.
So I'll let you offer your opinion to Commissioner Roy. The one thing is the map, in my opinion, is more beneficial than, because what happens and what we have available now with the guidance is the list. But the map is what I find the most, it's a better tool in terms of seeing, proximity to where and identifying where people are coming from. But I will, ask my colleagues what their opinions are. Commissioner Roy?
thank you. I like both. So let's hyperlink it. And for someone that maybe only has a paper copy of this document, they wouldn't be able to link over. So if we could either the map or the map's great. So whatever you guys are able to do, whether it's the map or the table, but if you think the map is more user friendly, then maybe the map.
I should, Director Potvin, whatever is easiest. I don't want to create a project on top of all the projects that you are already doing and the team is already on top of. So whatever is an easier thing to incorporate.
So thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate that. And I'm sure a lot of people on our staff appreciate that. I don't think it's a heavy lift at all. And I would recommend a third option, which I think brings option 1 and option 2 together. Is 1, we link it for those that are reviewing it electronically. So it goes to our other available guidance document. And 2, we add not only a map, because Madam Chair, I do agree, the map is people learn differently. People absorb information differently. A visualization of the Commonwealth versus just a table could be useful for some people. So the third option would be not only to link it, but to include the map with the identified areas of disproportionate impact and also put a table of the municipalities.
I like that option.
That works.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I will make a note of that, and that will be incorporated in the final draft that you see in May.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Director Potvin, appreciate kind of the additional comments that you're seeking. Do we have plans to reach out to our partners at the MMA about getting their thoughts and feedback? Is getting some feedback from them as to a community viewing this document and whether it's, we know it complies with the new regs. We know it complies with Chapter 180, but getting some feedback from them, because we want this to be a usable document. We want this to be a document that a community of any size, some with a smaller team at town hall versus a big city hall, but you know, the functionality of the document, getting some feedback maybe from the MMA about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. That's a great point. The one thing, and the insight from the MMA and municipalities in general would be greatly appreciated. The one thing I would comment on is the next item that we're going to talk about, the model ordinance of bylaw, is one that is going to go out for public comment. And as I said earlier in this, comments that we receive for that could be instructive in this guidance document, could be instructive to include or information to consider for this guidance document. I would be hesitant about seeking the input from just one group like the MMA, because that naturally excludes all the other people that might have input. So I would say if anybody has comments about this guidance document, if they include it in the public comments for the model ordinance or bylaw, they're going to be reviewed. So we're going to take those into context and also bring it back to you for final review.
Okay. Yeah, and thank you for that. My point being, obviously, the more feedback, the open public comment period. But just being specific to highlight the opportunity for MMA folks to weigh in, and that they should be aware that the document has been posted. Obviously, we take any stakeholder input and comment, but obviously, the MMA essentially is representing the end users of these two important pieces. So again, just making sure we have their input, and again, any other stakeholders, including our licensees, we want to hear from. But it's that, is this a good functional document for them to work off of, or where would their questions arise as they looked at either the document or the model ordinance or bylaw? So I hear you.
And Madam Chair.
Yes, please, Director Potvin.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I also hear you loud and clear. I will have a conversation with our Director of Government Affairs, who normally has those conversations with the MMA and other organizations. I will have a conversation with Matt about that as well.
Thank you.
Director Potvin, please continue.
If there's no other questions on this, Madam Chair, on the proposed guidance document, the draft guidance document, I think we can move on to the next slide.
Okay, there's one more question for Commissioner Roy.
Sorry, Director Potvin, one more question. On section 7, complaints against host communities. Unless I missed it, is there a designated complaints email, or what's the best way to file a complaint? Because I get them. Inbox A, as Commissioner Seven says, so maybe to avoid, I mean, I don't mind getting them, but maybe could there be a designated email?
Director Potvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Roy, great question. And as you know, we've said before, we've received complaints. Commissioners do, staff do, our investigations and enforcement team in particular, about not only licensees and applicants, but municipalities in the past. And with these new provisions in the regulations, it's going to be, we want to provide an avenue that is clear for anybody to submit a complaint. But I want to make it really clear that we currently have mechanisms in place for complaints to be brought to the Commission's attention. Primarily, one way is our commission@cccmass.com, which is managed and overseen by our constituent services team. Obviously, people can call us. There's also other general email inboxes that can be used, and the information gets triaged and sent to the appropriate team for it to be followed up on. With that being said, because of input from different members of different teams, our IT team, our communications team, our investigations team, our licensing team, our patient constituent services team, we do have one of those Chapter 180 deliverables that will have a one-stop shop on our website that people and any constituency may go to. They will be prompted for certain, what are they here to provide a complaint or input about? And it's going to be prompting them to answer some questions and provide any preliminary evidence like pictures or documents. That is in process right now with, like I said, a cohort of members of the charter team consisting of IT, communications, digital, our acting director of investigations and members of her team and myself. Conversations have been had, but we are trying to make this process more efficient and trying to get this to have that one-stop shop on our website for people to use and get all the information that they want to give us that we think we need so that we can mitigate the back and forth and process any complaint appropriately, timely, and efficiently. That is in process right now. That's probably going to be a 6 to 8 week process because there's a technological element involved. But we can put some information in that section about that tool being available at some time in the future. And what they can do right now is email commission@cccmass.com or give us a call. But that avenue is available right now, but an enhanced tool is in process.
Thank you, Kyle. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. That's fantastic news. Thank you for sharing that. I look forward to that. And I think if I could make a recommendation on that portal where you prompt you to make decisions. We've talked about over a year ago, whistleblower, and I think a complaint might be a little different than a whistleblower. So when you meet with IT, maybe that could be also in that portal of prompting you what you want to do. This is something we've been talking about for a long time, and this might be the opportunity to effectuate that. So I just wanted to throw that in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Director Potvin.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Yes, conversations are ongoing. We want this to be a versatile tool that would kind of account for a couple of many different scenarios. Again, that whole one-stop shop for anybody who's coming to us for any reason. So that will be part of the conversation to obviously reduce any kind of confusion or frustration. And again, enhance our transparency, enhance our visibility, enhance the way that people can reach out to us and give us the necessary information that they want. That is what this tool is intended to be. So hoping to see what the final product is, and pretty excited about it because
Yeah,
it's been something that we've talked about for a while.
awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Potvin. So I believe this concludes that first conversation on the guidance, and now this brings us to the model, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so Director Potvin, please walk us through.
Thank you, Chair. So the second item before you is the draft model ordinance or bylaw, municipal equity model ordinance or bylaw. This is a completely new document. This is not something the commission has had in the past in any way, shape, or form. The goal of this model is to provide a template for host communities to consider when they're looking at how to comply with the new municipal equity requirements, namely adopting an ordinance or bylaw to promote the inclusion of social equity businesses and individuals into the marijuana industry, especially when it comes to HCA negotiations. This model ordinance or bylaw, depending on whether it's a city or town, is something that the city or town could, what we would ask for, similar to the model HCA, they could pull it off their website and they can use it as a template when they're going and deliberating, whether it's a town, whether it's a city council or a town committee, whatever it may be. They have a tool to hit the ground running. They don't have to completely start from scratch. So this is very similar to the model HCA, where we want this to be a versatile tool, something that can be used by anybody who wants to start complying with our regulations, to help them in that effort to comply. They can take it right off our website and run with it. Obviously, this is a little different, but kind of the same as with the model HCA. As I've said before, time and time again, it's a contract. Somebody may disagree on one word within the contract, but on that contract, there's two parties. On passing a model ordinance, a bylaw, that's a democratic process. That's a city council, sometimes 7, 9 members that all have input, similar to a public body like the commission. So while I see this being something that cities and towns can pull and use, I don't see it being something that will be 100% on point, that they will not be amended. Like it won't be exactly the same, but still could be a tool to get the ground, to get them going. With that being said, it's important to note too, for the public, and kind of reiterate for our staff, is that ordinances and bylaws that cities and towns pass, before they actually take effect, they have to submit them and get approval from the Attorney General's office, their municipal law unit. So kind of similar to, I guess, in this point, and maybe I'm going to contradict myself, Commissioner Stebbins, so there you go. We have already presumptively, we have already had a preliminary conversation with the AGO, the MLU unit, and asked for their input, because we want to make sure that before you vote on a final model ordinance or bylaw, it's something that the MLU will not just say, no, we can't allow this. We don't want a city or town to go through that democratic process just to get a no from the AGO. So we've had those conversations. We've asked from their input, and we've received it. It's now currently being digested by members of our staff, and appropriate edits will be included in that final version that comes to you in May. But we've had those conversations with the AGO, because again, they ultimately will say whether something can be passed, enacted, or not. Want to give my thanks to, again, GC, EC teams and our government affairs teams. Put a lot of work into this. With that being said, for your information, commission staff, with particularly the government affairs and communications team, thinking that this was going to follow a very similar pattern as the model HCA, that we would want to seek public input, especially from municipalities and members like the MMA. We have already teed up, and the acting executive director has already approved it, and it is, I believe it or not, is tasked right now, scheduled to actually go out in 9 minutes. It's very timely. A communication strategy that starts that public comment period. So approximately in 9 minutes, members that are constituencies of ours that subscribe to us should be expecting an email telling them that there's a public comment period that's going to be open as of today, seeking their input on this model ordinance or bylaw. The reason why we got ahead of it this time and anticipated this is so that, one, we could be more efficient. Two, we can have more time to absorb the comments, and you can absorb the comments ahead of that next public meeting. Three, we'd have more time to incorporate these comments into that final draft for your final consideration in May, and trying not to wait till the last minute. One of the benefits of going through this implementation process is that sometimes we're doing something for the second, third, fourth time. And one of the most incredible things about this team is that they never lose an opportunity to learn. We took that opportunity the last time with the model HCA and said, how do we get ahead of it this time? How do we get proactive about it this time? So big shout out to our communications and government affairs team that got this ball rolling a week, 2 weeks ago, for it to go live today and get this ball started. With that being said, the staff recommendation for the commission's consideration, again, we would like your input, any feedback that you have, any suggestions that you have. This is also your bite at the apple, as well as when you vote on the final version. So don't want to say that we are skipping a step here. We are just getting ahead of it, trying to be proactive. We're not asking for a vote on this document today. We want the public comments. We want your comments. We want to incorporate advice and information and comments from the AGO. And if you concur, staff plans on bringing you a final draft with the edits to this model for a final vote at your May public meeting, along with the guidance that we would previously discuss.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Can you restate again? So when is the public comment period?
The public comment period is going to officially start today, April 11th, and it's going to go through April 25th, which I think you said at earlier in your comments, Madam Chair, also happens to be the day of the State of Cannabis event at the Sames.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask you, this for anyone who may be watching or will watch this in the future, what does this model ordinance, what is the impact on the enforcement internally at the CCC in terms of if there's any municipalities who are wondering about the requirements under Chapter 180 as it relates to equity?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So essentially, the commission is now requiring host communities to comply with certain standards related to equity and also transparency. When we are talking about equity, the commission, through its policies, through its recent regulations, which is codified in 935 CMR 500.181 Section 3, municipalities are presumed to have met the minimal acceptable standards by doing one or more of three actions. One of those actions is adopting this model. So municipalities are presumed automatically, if they have enacted this model that you will vote on in May, they have met minimum acceptable equity standards based on the policies that you just passed in October. Does that answer your question, Madam Chair?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Kyle. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Potvin, on page 4 of the model bylaw, and it's also on page 11 of the guidance document. If the city or town decides to allow additional marijuana establishments or medical marijuana treatment centers, at least 50% of those licenses, but no less than one license above the previously established cap shall be reserved for license applicants that are pre-verified or verified social equity businesses, social equity program participants, economic empowerment priority applicants, or all, which is great. But I think back when we had a public meeting to go over this, I had brought up a scenario. What happens if a community gets 0 of these folks to apply to their community for HCA? We talked about a waiver and then a plan to positively impact communities in lieu of. That's memorialized in the meeting. I don't see it addressed here anyway. So if it's not addressed here, so if no applicants apply in these identified populations, are they not allowed to increase their cap?
Director Poppin.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. To be honest with you, I don't have a direct answer on that right now. I'd have to, because referencing back to a meeting, I remember the conversation vaguely, but I can't remember it word for word. I do remember that topic being discussed about a potential waiver in that type of scenario. I don't know if I can't recollect if that particular policy was actually adopted. So I would have to then go back to the final regulations that were promulgated to see if that was an option. I would be hesitant about speaking more on that without doing additional research.
That's understandable. Thank you, Director Poppin. And I think I'll just add a couple comments just because I was on that municipal equity working group. It might not be clear to, I think it's clear to all of us here, but that applies to municipalities who have a cap and have reached that cap and then want to add additional establishments within their municipality. But I agree. That was a lengthy time and a lot of meetings back to back when we were going through this. So I completely understand Director Potvin saying, let's hold on responding until we can kind of revisit that to see exactly where we landed. Commissioner Stebbins, did you have any comments or questions at this time?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Commissioner Roy, did you have any?
Thank you.
Director Potvin, I don't either. I don't have any additional questions or comments, but if you want to provide any additional information at this point, please do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As with previous kind of go live dates of public comment periods, the commission will be receiving an email very shortly, kind of simultaneously with the email that goes out to our constituencies. However, I will be sending the email and currently occupied with you, but I have it drafted. So information about how this public comment period would run, when you can expect responses in the batches similar to the model HCA, when you can expect those responses for your consumption and review. We'll have all that information, contacts for myself, contacts for our government affairs team. If you have any questions during the public comment period or technical assistance about accessing any of the public comments, that email will be out to you in short order today so that you have additional clarity and information and the tools that you need to move forward with this.
Thank you, Director Poppin. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Poppin, just a formatting question. Since this is, you'll be deemed in compliance if you use this model municipal equity bylaw template. Is this going to be a fillable PDF so folks can just insert such town name so that the document doesn't have to be retyped out? Or
Director Poppin.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, similar to the model HCA, we want this to be a fill in the blank template. But again, this is different than the model HCA. The model HCA being a fill in the blank template is something that a licensed applicant can fill in necessary information and then print it out and take it to a host community for them to sign and fill out additional things. While this can be a fill in the blank where it says city, town, it could be something that the municipality enters the name of their city or town. However, more likely than not, it's not something that is going to be the final version of this bylaw or ordinance because, again, the body of the city or town is going to have to vote on it. There's filing requirements for effectuation. So again, I don't see the need for this document to be so much of a fill in the blank. It's not going to be as essential as the model HCA, but still where it says city or town, I think we can put that in so that they can still enter the name of the city or town.
Thank you, Director Potvin. Okay, Director Potvin, does this conclude both items that you have presented on today?
It does. I would give one additional piece of information that kind of goes in line with kind of the element of compliance of the new requirements for municipal equity that the commission's policies have adopted. It is what I want to bring to the attention is there is a new notification requirement for municipalities, host communities, to notify the commission of the efforts that they've taken, the things that they've adopted, the one of the three options or more that they have chosen to meet those minimum equity standards, plus additional requirements that they have for transparency. There is going to be a notification application in Mass CIP. That process and the review of compliance is going to be done and has been developed primarily by our investigations and compliance team, which is led by our acting director of investigations, Catherine Binkowski. More information on this is going to be forthcoming, but the reason why I bring this up is to give my appreciation and my shout out to our investigations and compliance officer team, specifically Catherine, who have put in substantial work to get this process and to get this compliance strategy up off the ground. From developing the application, developing the requirements, developing compliance tools, notices, SOPs, working with our comms team on strategy, communication strategy. A lot of work is going into this big next lift of municipal equity and compliance. And it is going to be something that our investigations team oversees from a compliance point of view. And I just really want to show my appreciation and just a pure amount of quality work in addition to what they're doing on a day-to-day basis with their inspections, their investigations, so on and so forth. So my shout out would be to our investigations team, in particular, our acting director of investigations, Catherine Binkowski.
Thank you, Director Potvin. And before you leave, I don't think I congratulated you on your panel. So I think that someone might have mentioned it during our last meeting, but your panel with UMass, was it UMass? Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong, because it seemed like it was a really good group and discussion. So I just wanted to tip my hat on and recognize you for being an ambassador for the commission and also just talking about all the work that you've been doing in the team.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it was at UMass Law, and I think you had a similar event that same night, somewhere else. But
that's right, Somerville.
Yep, it was social equity in the cannabis industry, and I happened to be on a panel with members of the industry, a member from the Last Prisoner Project, and it was a big turnout by my alma mater, UMass Law, and the law students, and they put on a great presentation, a great symposium. I was very fortunate to have had a chance to participate. It was a really incredible civil discourse about everything that we talk about on an everyday basis. And the one thing I would say is that they were very complimentary from all different angles, from industry, from equity advocates, from attorneys that work for the industry, and so on and so forth. Were very complimentary of the commission, and it was just overwhelming to experience and have a part to play in it. Thank you.
That's awesome. And I know you did phenomenal. So thank you for going out there and talking to everybody.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. I will, so with that said, there's one more discussion item. I'll ask your opinion. Commissioner Roy and Madam Acting Executive Director, do you want to go into the next item now, or do you prefer breaking for lunch now? It's up to you.
So I think lunch, honestly,
Okay.
and then, because I don't want to make this short, just because we're all hungry and, it's
Okay.
an important topic, so.
Okay, so let's take a break.
I know Commissioner Stebbins must be hungry.
All right, so we'll take a little over 30 minutes. Let's break until 1:40 and then come back and
Perfect.
we'll start with
Yeah.
that item.
Great.
All right, perfect. I'll see you guys then.
Awesome.
And my laptop. All right, welcome back, everyone. Okay, so we left off, we're now on the fourth item under commission discussion and votes, and that is the Boston office discussion. It's being presented today by our acting executive director, I believe in combination with Commissioner Roy. So whoever you all wish to, okay, acting executive director, can you please just walk us through the conversation today?
So really, the Boston office conversation is about revisiting the previous charge from the commission to look at the possibility of subletting and sharing space within the Boston office environment. And so this resurfaced recently. We actually had a meeting with DCAM a couple weeks ago, looking for who actually is looking for some guidance on how we will proceed in terms of, we've tried to sublet the space, we've tried to find tenants to share the space with us, and we were not successful in securing a partner for that. So now we're at a place where what does the commission want to do in terms of the Boston office? Do we want to abandon the sublet idea to share the space with a partner, a tenant partner, or would we like to consider the potential of seeking another space, still within the Boston area? And one of the reasons why we keep pushing the Boston area is because there are staff members who work out of our Boston office, and there's a huge presence we have a huge presence in that market. And not only that, but the legislature is all around us. All of our legislative partners are right there on Beacon Hill, and so it would behoove us to maintain some sort of a space in that area. DCAM has stated that they have a potential tenant who's interested in the space, not in the space as a partner or co-tenant, but someone or a company that wants to take the entire space. So they had come up with, a couple options for us in terms of if we wanted to seek another space. One of the options would be with this tenant coming in, if we were to agree to relinquish the lease, which, by the way, we have until 2029. Then that company would actually take they would want our equipment, our tables, they would want our petitions. And of course, this would not be free. I've already said that they would have to purchase them. And in the meantime, if we were agreeable to something like that, DCAM would find us a transitional space while they look for a more permanent space or a more permanent home for our Boston staff. So that's kind of where we are right now.
And Debbie, I listening to you, I want to understand the options that are presented before us. Do we have the option to remain where we're currently
Yes.
located? Okay.
Yes.
So how can you just kind of go through option 1, 2, 3?
Sure. So the option to remain, we do have the lease. We have a lease agreement with them through 2029. So we're feeling like we're in a position of leverage because we do have the lease to 2029. And one of the caveat with the lease is that the cost of the lease would, increase every year. And so thinking about downsizing, this would probably be a good time because we're nearing the end of 1 year of the lease, which would be the end of June, I believe. And if we were to decide that we were going to relinquish the lease, then that second option would be for that company to move in, take over our equipment, our furniture, etc. And DCAM would find us, a transitional space. They could find us some offices in which the Boston staff could work out of until we found another space that, was more reasonable in terms of size and accommodations for the staff.
And then so the last time we met about this subject, we were presented with the option of sharing the space.
Yeah.
So is that no longer on the table?
I would say, because we had a possible tenant at that point, and I think this was back in October, might have been August, somewhere around August, that there was a possible tenant. I remember I was just coming on board, so I think it was August, that there was a possible tenant to share the space or sublet to. And so that all fell through, and we still could not find, you know, any other partners to take on a sublet or to share the space. And I know with sublets, there are some challenges and obligations. I don't know if we wanted to go into a contract, you know, subletting. So, you know, even that presented its challenges, but for the most part, we can't find a partner to share the space. So,
Okay.
that's where we left off, you know, last August, September timeframe.
And the reason why we had this conversation last year was because where the agency was fiscally, you know, in terms of our financials. Can you tell us what is the need? You know, do we still need to conserve the money that otherwise would be going to that Boston office location?
So, right now we, you know, we do have, we're able to afford the space. We're able to afford the space right now. So, it's just looking at the future, you know, what that's going to look like. And if it would be beneficial for us to downsize that office space. And I think that, you know, that's one of the possibilities we might want to consider in terms of downsizing.
And before I ask, I put it up to my fellow commissioners, do you have a recommendation?
We're kind of hoping that those two options that are available, that the commission would talk about that and maybe come to some agreement as to which option, you know, the commission feels would be best for us to pursue. And we'd take it from there.
Thank you, Debbie. Commissioner Roy, do you have any thoughts that you want to offer at this point?
Yeah, so I was on that meeting, Christina, myself, Debbie, a few other folks, return to office with DCAM, and as a body, we have to make a decision today of some sort, so we can, DCAM is waiting to hear from us, general counsel, that's correct, right? So we have to give them some sort of our thoughts or what we decided to do today. So our last meeting, we looked at the utilization of the two offices. And Boston is averaging 1.2 persons per day. And Worcester is, and the max they had was 8 folks on one day. And Worcester, the max I think we said was, Paul had said it, there was training here and we had, how many people? 50 people here. And usually we average 8 per day here. So, and you know, the rent is $21,000 a month in Boston for the square footage we have.
21,000. Wow, okay.
A month, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't mean to cut you off. No. Okay.
So I just want to give you the utilization and the monthly rent. So back to our meeting with DCAM, we have to, general counsel will inform them of our decision today, and then they in turn will inform that other agency whether they can move into that space or not based on our decision today.
Okay.
I think that's.
Debbie, how many staff members use the Boston location as their primary office?
I think we decided it was somewhere between 24 and 27. Yeah.
Commissioner Stebbins, did you have any questions?
You said the lease runs out in 2029. Do you know what year we entered the lease?
I'm sorry.
What year we entered the
Oh,
lease?
I think it was 2019.
Okay.
May I just add a comment
Yes,
regarding
please.
DCAM? So DCAM is a state contractor. And so when we go through DCAM, they get us the best possible rates that we can have. So although we are at 21,000 in the heart of downtown Boston, I'm pretty sure that's, a fraction of what it normally costs for other agencies or businesses to operate in the downtown area. So, they would continue to research and find us, resources that would be within our budget.
And then Debbie, for that second option in terms of relinquishing the lease and finding a new space, was there a time frame that was given, or is it a guarantee that we would have a new option? What can you just kind of break down the
Yeah.
logistics of that?
So thank you, Madam Chair. That's a great question. So there wasn't any guarantee that we would find a space like within, say, a 2-month or 3-month period. And that's why they had offered the option of, if we were going to relinquish the lease, then they would find us a transitory placement for us so that we could operate out of 2 or 3 offices alternatively, and while they look for another space.
And that transitory placement that's a guarantee.
That would be a guarantee, yeah. Although there would still be a time factor, connected to that, but for the short term would be more doable than in terms of looking at this from a long-term perspective.
And Commissioner Roy, does that determination have to happen today? The commission's determination?
Yeah, and yes, and also we did specify that if we were to downsize our square footage to another location, we've specified near the State House, somewhere close to the State House. So like government affairs or comms people have close, and who knows, maybe we could get even closer to the State House, and I don't know, but that they are aware of that as well.
It is. I see our general counsel has her hand raised. General counsel, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify, I know that they have noted that they have so way DCAM works is that they're the tenant for the space, we're the user agency for the space. So they have identified another agency that's willing to take over the lease. However, they've agreed to do so if they can move in July, which would mean that we would need to vacate by May 15th. So I just wanted to make sure you understand it's what DCAM is asking for is if we agree to assign the lease to this successor user agency, it's a pretty aggressive timeline for changing over. So just as you look at the options, I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I
Yes, please,
comment that? And that was the whole idea about finding a transitional alternative for us short term until they could find a long-term space for us.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's the square footage in Boston? I don't think I know that.
I don't think I know that. I'm sorry, I'm not able to answer that question. Maybe Christina does.
No, Christina.
Through the chair, I just have the lease up. It's 4,532 square feet.
And beauty of open meeting. There's a few thoughts running through my head. Is there potentially a third option for us where we continue with our lease until we are ready to make that transition? Or okay, look at Commissioner Roy. I see you. Okay.
I don't believe so, unless I misspoke.
Yeah, GC.
So if they're going to proceed with this tenant, then that means that they can't, we would have to relinquish. However, we could just say that we're still interested in continuing the lease. However, we're still interested in pursuing other options. If there's another user agency at a later date, or there's another option, that could be the case. And I'm not sure if I was, I mean, I'm not, again, I wasn't, might have been not in the meeting, but I'm not sure if there was, I know we asked for whether there was WeWork space available. And I know that they said that there wasn't WeWork space available because that was at 100 Cambridge Street, and it was designated to a certain number of state agencies, especially. So it wouldn't be any state agency that could go in there. So if I don't understand it, please let me know. But that's my understanding from when we had our meeting.
Commissioner Roy?
These things happen normally on the end of a fiscal year. In other words, so this would time out for them to be in July 1, which is the beginning of our fiscal year. And is this normally how these things work? Agencies move at the beginning of the fiscal year? And if so, then do we have to wait another fiscal year? Anybody has the answer?
I don't think it matters, beginning of the year, middle of the year. Relinquishing a lease could be any period of time. We could decide that, we want to give it 4 months or 6 months, stay in the lease, to your point, Madam Chair, and find another option prior to giving up the lease. We have that leverage right now because we have the lease until 29.
I guess so the other thought that I have in my head is about for those who are working out of the Boston office, those 24 to 27 staff members, is if we do choose that, the option of relinquishing, I believe we need to also look at the requirement of them being in office. And so, how does that, just a way to make it reasonable for the staff that is now being displaced?
Yeah.
Have you put any thought into that, Debbie?
That's a good question. And finding a transitional alternative would not allow for, that kind of space. It would, and we had this discussion, would probably be 2 or 3 offices, where they could work out of during the interim.
So then we would not require them to report on mandatory days. The same as, we have that hybrid work schedule now. We would amend that to accommodate those who've been displaced by this.
Yeah, and we may have to look at that, the current schedule that we have, because if we have 3 offices available, it may not be big enough to meet that average 8 per day.
1.8.
And yeah, 1.8 or a maximum of 8. I tend to look at the maximum because we never know, on any given day, what day the maximum number of employees will be in the space. And so if we could not accommodate that maximum, then we'd have to, have a temporary adjustment to the hybrid schedule for the Boston office.
And Debbie, do you mind walking us through the consequences or side effects of choosing to remain?
I think the only consequence right now is that the lease does increase in July. It does go up. I believe it's Christina, you probably know this too. $5,000 a month, I think maybe it increases.
I'd have to pull up the schedule, but I understand it does increase at that time. But I know when we're talking about the fiscal year, I know also that I believe we've budgeted into our budget for the fiscal year for this lease. So just again, we're looking at I don't know if there's any budget implications as far as that we have requested, budgeting for this item, but that's the only item I have for the fiscal year. I know that acting executive director has noted again, like we can, leases aren't tied to the fiscal year. We obviously can we can get out of a lease at any time. It's just for our agency and for maybe the successor agency that's interested in the space, they might be interested in doing that on that type of timetable.
Commissioner Roy?
Just so I understand, so the rent will go from 21,000 to 26,000 or?
And I know that, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, our
Please do.
Chief Financial and Accounting Officer is here, and I believe she does have that number.
Before I ask that, Madam GC, do you have that information? You do, okay, so fine.
Okay.
It looks like the lease was for, it started in 8 of 2019. So I believe this would be the 5th year of the lease. If that's the case, it looks like it goes from a monthly rent of 21,527 to a monthly rent of 21,904 and 67 cents. So it's,
Oh, so
it's a,
sorry. So it's 5,000 a year?
Yeah.
Year.
Oh, that's the
Yeah.
increases.
Sorry.
yeah, so it looks like the year to year increase is not so much as that. It looks like it's, again, the rate per square foot it goes up $1 per square foot per year. So it would move from they just calculate it based on the square footage. So if I'm correct, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that we're on if we would be on year 5 of the lease, it would be 21,904.67.
21,900. Say that one more time, that number?
$21,904.67.
For the full year, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
That's the monthly.
The monthly, 21, oh, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, so the monthly, but I heard somewhere 5,000 for the year, so does it go up each month?
No, it's per year. So the monthly the monthly rate changes every August of each year. So when we started it was year 1, and now if we're in year 5, then it's 20. Right now it's 21,904.67. In year 6, beginning in 2024, it moves up $1 per square foot.
Thank you, Christina. I'll ask our new Chief Financial Officer. Did you want to add anything to this? Are those numbers accurate?
That's confirmed what Christina's saying.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
There any other questions? Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Obviously, the three of us weren't around when the original lease was signed. I think the intent at that time, because the commission its work started off in Boston because they actually rented space from my old employer. So I appreciate that a lot of that team that was hired at that time was working out of the Boston space. And along comes the future. Decision is made to be more centrally located to all of our licensees by moving out to Worcester, retaining that space. But I use it frequently. I go in there. It's, it has a whole waiting room. I mean, it has things that I think functionally may not work for the commission anymore. I think it's important to have a presence in Boston for all the reasons. I think we'd all appreciate access to Beacon Hill when we need to be there and we're appointing authorities and legislators and things like that. Never mind just taking meetings in Boston with folks that happen to be in Boston. But, kind of hanging on to this space. I think it's worthwhile to explain, and I hear what you're saying about how do we make sure the folks who usually wind up working collaboratively or fulfilling their hybrid work requirements, we've got to make an adjustment somewhere there and understand that and respect that. But I think it's time to give up that space and find something that works a little more functional for what our needs are now versus what they were for the agency in 2019.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. My main concern is just making sure we're accounting for the staff that is there. Have they been, I don't know if there were any conversations with them throughout this, no?
No, but they've been, Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
they've been following the
Yeah.
conversations and they're pretty adamant about, maintaining the presence in Boston.
Commissioner,
And I'll echo that. We're adamant about maintaining
Yeah.
presence in Boston as well.
Yeah.
But if we have a massive square footage that's not being, the needs have changed, let's just say, and we are guaranteed an interim space, and then we will find a space, hopefully even closer to the State House. But we gave DCAM a proximity. They seemed agreeable to that. Like you've mentioned in the past, Madam McED, that, there is real estate available. There are empty office spaces. So we are adamant that we want a Boston presence. And I think now we have to just reevaluate. There's a lot of belt tightening going on, in every agency and in state government as a whole. And we have to, look at our own resources and needs and be good stewards as well. So.
yeah. Yeah, I know we've all said this numerous times about the significance and importance of maintaining our presence in Boston for a number of different reasons. I mean, I just recently, I've been in Boston just about all week today. All week this week, just going through meetings and different engagements. So I just, it's just, I am happy that we have confirmation that we will have a place. The other thing that comes to my mind, I know parking was another component that we worked through with our prior ED. So just ensuring that we have that, a situation where we can actually get to the office and, get to and from. I think that we're on the same page. Commissioner Roy, do you have motion language?
I do not.
No? Okay. I guess, Christina, I'll ask you, because I know you usually help us with formalizing. I guess that's a question within itself also. Do we need to make a motion at this point for next steps? We do. We need to formalize it. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I think that's what we agreed upon. At the last meeting, Matt was there. I don't think you were at that one, General Counsel, but I think we did, but unless you advise otherwise.
Let me see if our director.
I don't want to contradict what was happening with the director, so I don't want to say. I know that when we had our discussions with DCAM, they definitely want the commission to let them know what to do with the successor user agency. So I don't know what has changed, but as far as what we'd like to do, I think that's an open question for the commission.
Okay, I'm calling in our director, Matt Giancola, just to see if he can. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please, Debbie.
I believe that Matt was going to work with the GC on motion language. So I don't know if that had happened, if that had taken place.
Yeah, GC.
I haven't gotten anything from Director Giancola. However, I'm happy to help with that. I just would need to know what type of vote you're planning to take.
Okay, Matt, thank you so much. I see that you've joined us. We're now at the tail end of the Boston office discussion. Is there motion language? Have you developed or worked on that in preparation for today's conversation?
I don't have motion language prepared. We could develop something based on sort of the wishes of the commission.
Okay, so it looks like we're in agreement for the latter, the relinquishing of the Boston office until DCAM finds a new space. I want to include the caveat of amending the hybrid work schedule of those staff that are located at the Boston office to accommodate for them no longer having an office essentially for this time. But let's figure out what needs to be a part of that motion. Madam GC, tell me what information is helpful in drafting the motion?
So again, it depend on what you'd like to do. If you're looking to direct DCAM to find a successor user agency for the tenancy, then it sounds like that would be the motion that you would use. So it'd be a motion to delegate to staff opening negotiations with DCAM to relinquish the Boston office and delegate it and designate it to a successor user agency, provided that another office in the downtown Boston area can be located that meets the requirements of the Boston staff.
Commissioner Roy?
I think at the last meeting, if you had recommended yourself in the CFAO.
Yes,
that
there
correct?
is a recommendation. Yes, Madam Chair, I mean.
Yes, please, Debbie.
A recommendation that since the responsibilities for the space would fall under the CFAO, now that we have a CFAO on board, that the CFAO and the ED would be the primary decision makers in terms of how we negotiate in the space, in the lease, actually, how we negotiate the lease. And who would be authorized to end or start a lease.
Definitely live. So, Christina, what I'm writing this down now. Motion to direct the acting executive director and chief financial CFAO to renegotiate or to negotiate with DCAM, provided that, what was that second part that you?
Sure. So I have a motion to delegate to the acting executive director and the chief financial and accounting officer to have to open negotiations with DCAM to relinquish the Boston office, provided that another office in the downtown Boston area can be found. And then I know that Director Giancola just messaged me. There might have been some direction to and should further direct staff to assess the return to office plan based on the potential loss of office space. I think that was an item that might have been discussed in the other meeting, but I'd leave it to you whether you'd want to.
Like I just
that.
said.
Yeah.
I would take those up as separate
Separate motion.
items.
Mhm.
You know, one is we got to send a clear message to DCAM as to what our intentions are, and then the other is directing, our acting executive director, chief people officer to review the hybrid work policy on behalf of the staff and call the Boston office their like home office space for their workspace. So,
Christina, can you state that motion for DCAM one more time into the record, and we'll take that up as a motion?
Sure. It's motion to delegate to the acting executive director and the chief financial and accounting officer to open negotiations with DCAM to relinquish and assign to relinquish and reassign the Boston office lease, provided that another office in the downtown Boston area can be found that can accommodate her staff, Boston staff members. I think that's what we agreed to.
Thank you, Christina. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor and none opposed. Okay, and now for that second motion, and this is relative to staff. Christina, what was the note you were reading? Oh, I should rephrase that. I by this point, you know that I looked for you for motion language. Do you have a suggestion for this motion?
I'm sure, and this is coming from Director Giancola as well, so thank you, Director Giancola. It would be a motion to direct staff to reassess the return to office plan based upon the potential loss of office space.
Commissioner Roy?
To direct staff or to direct the
I think it should go to the return to office.
Yeah, the RTO.
Yeah. Motion to direct
Return to office group.
and then Christine, you said to reassess what?
So it'd be motion to direct, would it be the return to office working group to reassess the return to office plan based upon the potential loss of Boston office space?
Thank you, Christina. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay, that was,
And
got that done. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Debbie.
the
Thank you,
chair.
Christina. Us, Madam General Counsel.
sorry, I just have one quick clarification. So with respect to relinquishing the Boston office, obviously in the assignment of lease, that also goes to what the acting executive director has noted about the assets that are at that office. So I'm not sure if you wanted to either have a different a motion to direct staff with respect to the office assets, or if you had any, or if you're going to delegate authority to those individuals to make those determinations with respect to do with that office equipment.
Commissioner Roy?
Wouldn't the word negotiating the lease be all encompassing to cover that?
That's a good question, Commissioner Roy. I guess, Mike, I think it would be a question for DCAM. I'm trying to get it clarified just so that we don't have to come back to the commission on that point, because the lease itself is silent as to the possessions and the furniture that is in the space. So that's the only reason why I'm mentioning it. And again, I'm kind of going off the cuff here, so I'm trying to make sure we can cover everything. That's all.
To so negotiate the lease in assets, just add in assets.
I will just to be safe, I'll ask for a motion to include that amendment. So is there a motion to approve the amendment provided by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Christina, just to, circle back, does that provide enough clarity?
I believe so, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. And thanks for bearing with me. I'm doing it off the cuff.
No, that's how we work sometimes, a lot of times, so.
Monkey.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes this component of Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, just to, because we're having this conversation and it's really not, it's offer a suggestion more than anything, but obviously thinking about our Boston team and work of the return to office committee to review the policy that we have standing, I think is we move ahead and work with DCAM to potentially find new space. I hope that the folks who use the Boston office can be involved in giving DCAM some idea of the specs and space and making sure that the next space we get works to everybody's needs. I value having the conference rooms. I see a lot of collaboration there, but a sea of cubicles might have been what the team needed in 2019. Let's get their input to make sure that the next space that we assume works for everybody that especially calls that their work spot.
Madam Chairman,
Please, Debbie.
they're very verbose. They're very involved.
Okay.
They will let us.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Roy.
And if we could have a wind down plan, I guess this is for our group, whether if there's people might have personal belongings in their pictures, I don't know. But we just need to, the return to office group just needs to come up with a plan like that.
Okay. All right. So the next item is new business the chair did not anticipate at time of posting. I will use this time, and I have to be really concise with my words because of the subject matter I wanted to talk about with both Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Roy here. And it's around secret shopper. I'm not going into the details of secret shopper. That's not what this conversation is. But what I wanted to do, Commissioner Roy, I know that you have had an interest in secret shopper, and you have also done some work on secret shopper. So I wanted to talk this is, I can say in public
I love it.
anyways, is I wanted to ask you to join the charter for Secret Shopper if you
Awesome.
are amenable to
I
that.
would love that. Thank you.
Okay, all
Awesome.
right, so thank you for that. That's the item that I had in mind. I'll stop there and ask, Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Roy, if there's anything that you all wanted to sort of bring up right now, before we do the next meeting date and then go into executive session.
No.
Okay,
Don't think so.
all right, okay. So our next meeting date, I don't see it up. There we go. Our next meeting, there's not a second meeting in April this month. I know our staff is probably really happy about that. I've heard you all. I know there's a tremendous amount of work that goes into our meetings, and I thank you for all of the work that you all do. So our next meeting will be May 9th, 2024. With that said, I will now seek a motion to enter into executive session. So I will ask Commissioner Stebbins, pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, is there a motion to enter executive session to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining because the open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the public body and the chair so declares?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Roy. Are there any questions or comments at this time? Okay, hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. We will now transition into executive session. For the record, the individuals participating in the session will be the three commissioners, Acting Executive Director and Chief People Officer Deborah Hilton Creek, General Counsel Christina Gasson, Deputy General Counsel Andrew Carter. Also, congratulations to our Deputy General Counsel Andrew Carter for being the Deputy General Counsel, and Legal Assistant Aviana Corrales Soles. And as a reminder, the commission will not reconvene in open session and will adjourn the meeting from the closed session. Thank you all so much.
Bye now.